Hi everyone, welcome to GT Coding. This is the complete course of our GT Coding custom WordPress theme development. Timestamps for different sections of the video are given down below in the description. You are free to jump to any section you want, but if you are a complete beginner in WordPress theme development, I recommend you to watch the whole video. In the first part of the video, we have covered the complete design of the theme using HTML5, CSS and JavaScript. Then we start converting it to a custom WordPress theme. The links for the source code of the design and the theme are given in the description below. Feel free to make changes to the source code and come up with your own amazing ideas. Make sure to give this video a thumbs up if you find it useful. So let's get started. This course is divided into 5 different modules. In the first module, we are going to do some planning and some research to design this website. So we are going to take a look at what are the fonts we are going to use, the colors for our website, and we are going to see where we get these images from. And in the second module, we are actually going to design the UI of this website, and we are going to do it in HTML and CSS and a little bit of JavaScript. We are not going to add any PHP code in the second module. And in the third module, I'm going to give you an introduction to PHP, where we are going to look at some of the basic concepts of PHP which we are going to use in this website. And in the fourth module, we are going to set our environment so that we can develop this website locally. We are going to use a tool called Local by Flywheel, and we are going to use that to develop this whole website locally. And in the fifth module, we are going to write our PHP code to make this website dynamic, and we are going to create a custom WordPress theme using the design that we had created. And if possible, I will also show you how to host this website on a real server. So that is basically how this course is structured. So if you have any doubts in any of these videos, you can always ask in the comments section, and I will try to answer that. So let us now move on to our first module, where we are going to do some planning and some research. So first of all, let me tell you that we are using a CMS, or a content management system, called WordPress. But we are not going to use any theme that is available for WordPress online, but we are going to create our own theme based on this design that we had created. So the reasons why we are using WordPress is that it is a very popular content management system, and there are a lot of features in WordPress which we can use in our website. And the other thing is that WordPress has got a lot of plugins to offer for your website. There are plugins for improving the SEO of your website. There are also plugins for integrating social media icons in your website. There are also plugins for contact forms and email newsletters. And there are also plugins that can make your website faster by compressing your images. So a lot of things can be done after creating your website using WordPress. And if you are creating a website for a client who is going to write blogs in it, then you should probably consider WordPress when developing the website, because it makes it easier for even a normal person to make use of the UI in WordPress to create and manage posts. So let me show you how a WordPress admin area looks. So I have logged into my account, and this is how a WordPress admin area looks. So if we go to the posts section, here we see that we have all the posts that we have written, and this is the latest post called React a Complete Guide. If we go to our website and go to the blogs section, here is the post. If we want to change the title of this post, we can simply go ahead and click on this edit button, and we can make the changes over here. We can also change the content, and we can change the featured image that we had, and we can change the summary of this post, and so many things are there that we can modify. And let me just change this to React JS. So we'll just update it. So this has been updated, and if we go back to the blogs page and refresh this, we can see that we get React.js a complete guide. So this is the modified title that we had. So this is how easy it is to add or modify posts in WordPress. So once you have created a custom theme for your website, you can make use of the UI in WordPress to add or modify posts. If you go over to pages, we can see all the pages that we have in our website. If you go over to projects, these are all the projects that we have in our website. So this is a custom post type which is not available by default. We are going to see how to create a custom post type as well. So this is a basic introduction to the WordPress admin area. Now let's see which are the fonts that we are using in our website. These are the 3 fonts that we are going to be using. So they are Roboto, Roboto Condensed, and Roboto Slab. So we are going to use these fonts from Google Fonts. So if you go over to Google Fonts, here we can type Roboto and we get these 3 fonts. We just have to add these fonts. And then we are going to use this link over here to use these fonts. Now the next thing is the colors of our website. So overall our website is going to have a light color scheme. So most of the areas in our website will be white, and then we will have this combination of black and red colors, and in the buttons also we have this red and white combination. So these are basically the colors that we are going to use. And then in our logo we have a pinkish color, so we are also going to use that color in our menu bar. So the next thing is, where should we get our images from? So there are a lot of websites which you can use to get images. There is Pixabay, there is Unsplash, and even Pexels, which can give you images which are free to use even for commercial purposes. The next important thing is how the media queries are set up so that we have a responsive website. We are going to have 4 breakpoints in our website. So the first one is at 1200 pixels. So if you decrease the size of our window, you can see the size in pixels at the top right corner, and if we go below 1200 pixels, we can see that the whole container has a different width. So here we can see the difference over here. And the next breakpoint is at 900 pixels. So if we go on decreasing the size, and if we go less than 900 pixels, we can see that the menu bar disappears and we get this icon over here. If we click on this, we get mobile navigation. So this is another breakpoint which is at 900 pixels. So if we go on decreasing the size of our window, we have another breakpoint at 720 pixels. So if we go decreasing the size, we can see that when we reach 720 pixels, these sections take the full width of the container. And if we look at the footer, we can see that the footer also has changed. So if we go above 720 pixels, we can see that the footer is laid horizontally, and if we go less than 720 pixels, the footer changes and it becomes vertical, and we have a different kind of design for the footer. And the last breakpoint is at 600 pixels. So if we go decreasing the size of our window, and when we reach 600 pixels or below, we can see that the container takes full width of our window. So if we go above 600 pixels, we have a little gap over here, and if we go less than 600 pixels, we can see that the container takes the full width of our browser window, and even the footer takes the full width of the browser window. So these are all the breakpoints that we have in our website, And the last thing that I want to address is that we are using font awesome icons. So these are all font awesome icons. Even this is a font awesome icon. So we need to import font awesome in our website as well. So this is basically a brief introduction to this website, and this concludes the first module of this series, where we have taken a close look at this website and we have done the planning and the research. Now the next thing is to start designing this website. So in the next couple of videos we are going to design this website, and we are going to create all the different pages to get everything ready for creating the custom WordPress theme. So in the last video we did some research and some planning to create this website, and in this video we are going to start designing this front page. We will complete the design in a couple of videos, so let's get started. So first of all, let's go to the Google Fonts website. So this is the Google Fonts website, and we will search for our fonts. So we'll type Roboto, and these are the 3 fonts that we want. So we will select these 3 fonts. So we'll click on this plus icon, and here we have to copy this line of code and we have to paste it in our HTML file. And then we also need to have the font awesome CDN. So just type font awesome CDN in Google and click on this link over here, and you will land on this page. So you may have to enter your email ID, and then you have to copy this from here and paste it in your index.html file. So this is my project opened in Visual Studio Code. So I have a folder named GT Coding, and I have created 2 files. One is the index.html file and the other is style.css. Both are empty for now, and I will also use an extension in VS Code called Live Server. So using this you can launch a development server on your browser, and whenever you save, it will automatically be refreshed on your browser. So with all those introduction, we will get started with our index.html file. So first of all, we'll create our basic HTML file boilerplate. So since I'm using VS Code, Emmet is already installed in it. So if you just type exclamation and press tab, you will get this basic HTML5 template. So this is done using Emmet. If you want to know more about Emmet, I also have a video dedicated to Emmet. And here we will change our title to GT Coding, and we will also link our CSS file. So we'll type link style.css, and we'll copy the Google Fonts and the font awesome CDN. So just go over here and copy this whole line of code, and we'll just paste it over here. And then we'll go to our Google Fonts website, and here we'll copy this link from here and we'll paste it in our index.html file. So now we have set up our index.html file. Now we'll go ahead and copy all the images that we want into our project. So I'll create a new folder called img, and I'll copy all my images in this folder. So I have copied all the images into my img folder. So these are all the images that we are going to use. Now let's start by writing the basic markup for our HTML document. So I will right click over here and click on open with live server. So our HTML file is opened over here. Whenever we type anything and save, it's gonna be automatically refreshed on this browser. So let's get started. So first of all, we will design the nav bar of our website. So you will type nav. Here first of all we are going to have our logo image. So I will give a division with an ID of logo image, and we'll have an anchor tag because when someone clicks on this logo we want to go to the home page, and in here we will have an img, and we will give the location as img logo.png, and for our alt we will type GT coding logo. So here we can see our logo. We obviously have to decrease the size of this logo, but for now we'll just concentrate on creating our basic markup. So after our logo we will create the menu icon. So I'll create a division and give it an ID of menu icon, and for the icon we will use the font awesome icons. So we have to type I, and inside this we have to give a class. So we have to type FA bars. So this is the icon that we are going to use. So here we can see the icon. Now we'll write our unordered lists. So in here we need to have 5 list items. So I will type li star 5. So inside this we will create an anchor tag, and we'll type home inside here, and we'll just copy this and paste it over here, and here we will type blog, and in the same way we will do this for all our nav items. And in the last list item we need to have an icon. So we'll create a division with an ID of search icon, and inside that we will have a font awesome icon. So we'll type class, and we will use the icon of search. So type this line of code over here. So if I'll save this now, we see that we have our nav items and the search icon over here. So that's basically it for our nav items. Now we'll create our mobile navigation. So this is the mobile navigation. We'll go over here, and outside our navigation we are going to create our mobile navigation. So we will name it slide out menu. So we'll type div, and we will give it an ID of slide out menu, and we'll basically copy everything that we have over here. So I'll just copy this whole UL from here and paste it over here. So we have created our mobile navigation, but we have to make a little change over here in the search button and the search icon. So here we will have an input, and the type will be text. We also will have a placeholder, and we will type search here. Then we will have a line break, and then we will have an anchor tag, and inside here we will have the font awesome icon. So we will type class equals and FA search, and we will save it. So here we can see our input box, and here we also have our search icon. Now we will create the search box for our main navigation. So if I increase the size of the window, here this is the main navigation, and if I click over here we can see that this is another search box. So we are going to design that. So after the navigation we will type div, and we will give it an ID of search box, and in here we will have an input, and we'll also give it a placeholder, and we will type search here. So we have completed our navigation menu. Now we will write the markup for our banner. So this is the banner. We have an image over here, and we have some headings over here. So after our search box, here we'll create a division, and we will give it an ID of banner, and we'll create an h1, and we need to have a lesser than sign, so we have to type %LT, and then we will type GT coding, and then we will type a greater than symbol. So this is our heading 1. Now we'll create a heading 3, and here we will type learn coding from scratch. Now we'll create the main section of our page, so we will type main, and here we will have a heading, so we will give it an anchor tag, and inside that we will type a heading. We will create an h2 with the class name of section heading, and here we will type all blogs. Then we'll create a section, so we will type section, and inside that we need to have a card. So if I go to my page over here, we can see that this is the heading that we have created over here, and this is a section. From here to here we have a section, and in those sections we have a card. So a card consists of this image, this title, this text over here, and this button. So these are the 4 things that are in a card. So we will create the markup for that. So here we will create a division, and we will give it a class card, and in that we will create a division with a class name of card image, and in that we will create an anchor tag, and in the anchor tag we will create an img, and we will set the first image, and we will type card image over here. So if we go down over here, this is the image in our card. Then the next thing in our card is the card description. So we'll create a division, and we will give it a class name of card description, and in that we will create an anchor tag, and here we will have an s3, and we will type the blog title here. So this is our heading, and below that we will have a paragraph. In that we will have some lorem ipsum, so we will have 30 words, and after the paragraph we will have an anchor tag which we will use as an image. Here we will type read more, and we'll also give it a class. So the class will be btn read more. So this is our card over here. So let me just maximize this. So now we will copy this and paste it once more over here for the second card. So this is the second block that we have, and now we'll copy this whole section from here, and we will paste it down below, and here we will give a heading, and we will get a class name of section heading, and here we will type all projects, and instead of the blog we will type project, and here also we will type project. This is the blog section, so we have one card over here, and then we have another card. Then we have the all project section, and here we will have 2 different projects, and then we will create our source section. So this is the source code section. So we have a heading and a paragraph and a button over here. We don't have any image. So here we will have a heading with a class name of section heading, and here we will type source code, and after that we will create a section, and we will give it an ID of section source, and we will create a paragraph. We will add some lorem ipsum text, and then we'll create a button. So we'll use this anchor tag as a button, and here we will type GitHub profile. So this is our source code section, And the last thing that we need to have is the footer section. So after our section, here we will type footer, and in our footer we will have two divisions. So this is the first division and this is the second division. So for our first division we will give it an ID of left footer, and we will create an S3, and here we will type quick links, and below that we will have a paragraph, and we will type UL. We will have an LI, and in that we will have an anchor tag, and here we will type home. Now we will copy this LI, we will paste it 5 times. So these are all the list items in the left section of our footer. Now we'll create another division called right footer, and here we will have a heading, and here we will type follow us on, and here we will create a division with an ID of social media footer, and we'll create a UL, and we'll create an LI, and inside that we will have an anchor tag, and here we will use an icon from Font Awesome. So we will give the icon of Facebook. So this is the Facebook icon. We'll copy this whole list item and paste it 2 more times, and here we will type YouTube and GitHub, and below this division here we will have a paragraph, and we will type So this is basically everything we needed to have in our footer. So now we'll go ahead and change these images. So for the first image we want to have 1.jpg, and here we will type 2.jpg. Here we will have the third image, and here the fourth image. So if I'll save this, we see that we have different images. This is the second video of our UI design module. In this video we are going to add the CSS for our front page. So first of all we will style the body. So I'll give it a font family of Roboto sans serif and a margin of 0. So we can see that our font has changed. Now we will style the H1. So we'll give it a padding of 8 pixels, background color of RGB 25500, and we will also give it an opacity of 0.8. We have to change this to RGBA. Then we will give a border radius of 8 pixels, margin of 0, font size of 64 pixels, font family of Roboto slab. So this is our H1. Now we will style the paragraph. So we'll type P and we'll give it a line height of 1.5. So here we see that the paragraph has a line height of 1.5. Now for our main we will just give a margin of 0 auto. Now we will style the banner. So we will give it a comment, and here we will type banner, and we'll give it a height of 100 viewport height, display of flex, align items to the center, justify content to the center, flex direction to column, background RGBA to 000 and 0.2, and we'll also give it an image 3.jpg, and background size of cover, background attachment to fixed, background position to center, background blend mode to overlay, and the color to white. So this is our banner. We will also style the h3 in our banner. So we'll type banner h3 and give it a background color of black, border radius of 8 pixels, padding of 0.24 pixels, and font size of 24 pixels. So here we have our banner and the headings inside it. Now we will style the search box. So we will give a comment called search box, and here we will give the style for our search box. So we will give it a position of fixed, right to 0, top to 24 pixels, width of 500 pixels, pointer events to none, Z index to 50, and transition 0.4 seconds. So here we can see our search box. Now we will style the input. So we will give it a height of 48 pixels and a width of 100%. Now we will give a common style for all the inputs. So here I will create a comment. So here I will type input, and we also need to target the text area. So I will type text area, and we'll give it a height of 32 pixels, padding of 0.16 pixels, font family of Roboto condensed, font size of 20 pixels, border of none, box shadow of inset 8 pixels, 3 pixels, 18 pixels, and -4 pixels, and we'll also give it a color RGBA 000 and 0.4. So let's see how this works. So we have this input box over here, and we have the style applied to all the input boxes. Now we'll also get rid of this outline that we get when we click on this input box. So for that we have to type input focus and text area focus, and here we will type outline to none. So we don't have any outline when we click over here. Now we will style the navigation. So here we will give a comment, and here we will type nav. We'll give it a height of 72 pixels, background color of 202125, width of 100%, margin of 0, position to fixed, font family of Roboto condensed, font size of 20 pixels, display to flex, justify content to space between, padding of 0.16 pixels, 00, box sizing to border box, and the Z index to 100. Now we will style the anchor tags inside our navigation. So we will type nav A, and we will give it a padding of 0.32 pixels, color of light gray, transition to 0.4 seconds, Now we will style the hover for our anchor tags. We will set the text decoration to none and the color to red. So this is the navigation that we are designing. Now we will style the unordered lists. So we will make it display flex, list style to none, justify content to space around, align items to the center, height of 100% and margin of 0. Here we can see our navigation menu. So now we will remove these underlines from all our anchor tags. So we will go over here and here we will type A and we will type text decoration to none and the color to black. We'll also set the hover for all the anchor tags, text decoration to underline. So here we can see our menu. Now when we are on our home page, we want this to be highlighted, so we have to make a little change in our index.html file. So we'll go to our index.html file and here we will add a class and we will name it active and we will style this in our CSS. So we will type active and set the color to F783 AE. So here we can see that our home page is active right now. So now we will style the image inside our logo. So here we will type hash logo image and we will say display flex, height of 100%, background of 111, padding of 0.32 pixels, align items to the center, color of white and the transition to 0.4 seconds. Now we'll also style the image in our logo img class and set its height to 100 pixels. So here we can see our logo and here we will go ahead and type logo img and hover, and when we hover over it we want the color to be black. So here we can see that when we hover we get the background color as black. Now we will style the menu icon. So this is the menu icon. So we will give it a height of 100%, font size of 28 pixels, padding of 0.4 pixels, color of light gray. Here we can see our menu icon. Now we will set the display to flex and then we will set the align items to the center. So here we can see our menu icon, but we don't want to display this right now because we have a larger screen, and when we open this in a mobile screen we want to display this menu icon. So we will set the display to none. Now we have to style this search icon over here. So here we will give it a comment and here we will target our search icon ID and give it a color of white, padding of 0.32 pixels, cursor to pointer and the transition to 0.4 seconds, and we'll also style the hover. So search icon hover and we will set the color to red. So here we can see our search icon is also working. Now we are done with our navigation menu. Now since we are on a larger screen we don't need this menu over here, so we will just hide it for now. So I will just type slide out menu and here I will type slide out menu and say display none. So it will only be displayed when we are on a mobile screen. So now we are done with our navigation and our banner. Now we will style our sections. So here we will give a comment sections, and here we will type section and set it to display flex, justify content to space around, and flex wrap to wrap. So if you don't know about flex, you can watch about it on my channel. I have a separate video explaining everything about flexbox. Now we will style the section heading. So I will type section heading, and here we will give it a font size of 32 pixels, font family of Roboto condensed, border left of 3 pixels solid black, border right of 3 pixels solid black, transition of all to 0.4 seconds, display to inline block, and the padding to 4 pixels 32 pixels. We'll also style its hover, so we will type section heading hover, and we will give it a padding of 4 pixels 48 pixels and a background color of red. So here we can see our section heading. Now we will style the source section. So here we will type section source and section source paragraph, and we will give it a padding of 8 pixels and text align it to the center. We will also style the anchor tag inside our source section, and we will set it to margin 8 pixels and text align to the center. So this is our source section. Now we will style these cards. So here we will type card, and here we will type card image and set the transition to 0.4 seconds. We will style the card image hover and set the box shadow to 0, 10 pixels, 6 pixels, minus 6 pixels, and 777. So you can see this hover over here. Now we will style the card description and set the padding to 0, 8 pixels. Now we will give a media query for a minimum width of 720 pixels. So here we will type media queries, and here we will type at media min width of 720 pixels, and here we will type main, and the width of main should be 95% when we are above 720 pixels, and the card should have a width of 45%, and card image inside our card should have a width of 100%. So we have to add a dot over here. So this is not card img, it is card image. So now if we save and take a look at our website, we can see we have all our sections styled correctly. Now we will style this read more button. So we'll go to our CSS, and here we will add a comment button read more. So here we will type btn read more. We have already given this class to our button, so we'll give the following styles: padding of 8 pixels, 24 pixels, border of 3 pixels solid black, transition of 0.4 seconds, display of inline block, margin bottom of 24 pixels, margin left of 24 pixels, font weight of bold, cursor to pointer, and the background color to white. So here we can see our button. Now we will style the hover for our button. So here we will type button read more hover, and we will give a background color of red, text decoration to none, padding of 8 pixels, 64 pixels, and color of white. So here we can see our button. So in our button we have a different kind of behavior. So what we'll do is go back to our CSS, and here we will add 8 pixels and 24 pixels over here. So now if we save this, we can see that our button behaves exactly as we wanted. So if we look at this button, we can see that the styles are not applied to this button. So we'll go back to our HTML, and here in our section source, here we have to give a class for our button. So we will give it a class called btn read more. Now here we can see that we have the button just as we wanted. Now one more thing you notice in our design over here is that if you take a look at the original design, we have a smaller width for the whole container than we have over here. So we'll go to our CSS and we will create a new media query. So here we will type media and give it a min width of 1200 pixels, and here we will type main, and the width should be 85%. So whenever the width of the screen is greater than 1200 pixels, we will have a width for our main of 85%. So here we can see that the width has decreased. Now the last thing that we will do is style our footer. So we'll go back to our CSS, and here we will type footer. So first of all, we'll style the footer itself and give it a background color of black and a padding of 8 pixels, color of light gray, and display to flex. Now we will style the anchor tags. So here we will type color to white. Now we will style the left footer. So we'll type left footer, and we will give it a flex of 1, border right of 1 pixel solid red, and a padding left of 32 pixels. Now we'll style the UL inside our left footer. So we'll type footer left footer UL, and we'll give it a padding of 0, list style to none, and the line height to 1.5. Now we will style the right footer. So here we will type footer right footer and give it a flex of 2, padding of 8 pixels, and text align to the center. Now we will style the social media icons. So here you have to target all our icons that we have. So we'll type footer social media footer FA Facebook. Now we'll copy this and type YouTube over here, and here we will type GitHub, and inside here we will give it a color of white and a transition of 0.4 seconds. Now we will style the unordered list inside our social media footer. So we will type footer social media footer UL, and we will have the display to flex, list style to none, justify content to the center, and padding of 0. Now we will style the LIs. So we'll type footer social media footer UL LI, and we will give it a font size of 48 pixels, padding of 16 pixels, and transition of 0.4 seconds. Now we will style each of these hovers. So here we will type footer, social media footer, ULLI hover, AFA YouTube. So when we hover over the YouTube icon, we want the color to be red. So here we can see we get a red color when we hover over it. We just copy this and paste it 2 more times. Here we will change this to Facebook and this to GitHub, and we will change the color to 3B5998 and this to #BBB. So here we can see that we have the hover effect of all our icons. Now we will add some media queries to our page. So if we go below 900 pixels in width, we don't want these menus to be displayed over here. We want an icon to be displayed. So if I open my original website, here we can see that when we go less than 900 pixels, we get rid of the menu items over here and we have this menu icon. So now let's write that media query. So we will go to our CSS and here, so we will type media and we will set the max width to 900 pixels, and here we will type nav ul and set the display to none. So we can see that our menu items have disappeared. Now we will set the menu icon to display flex. So here we can see our menu icon. We'll also set the search box to display none. We have not actually implemented the functionality of our search box, but we'll do that using JavaScript. So now here I want to display the slide out menu. So here I will type slide out menu and set that to display block. So here we can see our slide out menu. Now we will style this slide out menu. So if you look through our CSS, we have created a style for slide out menu. So instead of displaying it to none, we will style it because we want to display it now. So we will say background color to 2D3436 and we will set the Z index to 100. We will set the position to fixed, transition of 0.4 seconds, margin top of 72 pixels, width of 100%, text align to the center. So here we can see our menu. Now we will style the UL. So we will type slide out menu UL and here we will have the list style to none and the padding to 0.32 pixels. Now we will style the LIs. So we will type slide out menu UL LI and we will set the padding to 8 pixels. Now we will style the anchor tags. So we will type slide out menu A and we will give it a font family of Roboto condensed, font size of 20 pixels, color of white. Now we will style the input. So slide out menu input and the width should be 85%, padding of 8 pixels, font family of Roboto condensed, font size of 20 pixels and text align to the center. Now we'll also get rid of this icon over here because when we create this whole website we are going to have a button over here. So we'll get rid of this icon. So we'll go to our index.html file and here we will just delete this from our slide out menu division. So we don't have that anymore. So now we have just styled our slide out menu. So I will just hide it for now because we want to style the other elements. So I will go over here, and here I will type display none, and down in the media query, and here I will just comment this out. So now we will give a new media query for 720 pixels. So when we are below 720 pixels, we want these cards to be of 100% width. So if you go to our original design, and if we decrease the size of the window, we can see that once it is below 720 pixels, the height of our card is set to 100% of its container. So here we are below 720 pixels. So we will start styling our media query. So I will type media and max width of 719 pixels. So here I will type main, and the width of the main should be 95%. Now we will style the section, and we will set the flex direction to column. Then we will style the card, and we will set the width to 100%. And even for the card image, we will set the width to 100%. So here we can see our section. We have the card of 100% width. Now the next thing is to style this footer over here. If you go to the original design, we can see that the footer here is displayed vertically. So we'll go to our CSS, and here we will type footer and the flex direction to column and text align to the center, and footer left footer, we will give it a flex of 1, border right of 0, and padding left of 0. Now we will style the right footer, and we will set the background to light gray, the color to black. Now we will style the anchor tags inside our right footer. So we will set the color to black. Now we will style all our social media icons, and here we will set the color to black and the transition to 0.4 seconds. Now here we can see our footer, and we have our footer just as we wanted. Now we will have one more media query. So if we go to our original website, and if we decrease the size of the window to less than 600 pixels, we can see that the width of our whole container is set to 100%. So everything sticks to the edge of the screen. So we'll go ahead and create a new media query. So here we will type media max width of 600 pixels, and the main width should be 100%. Now we will decrease the size of our h1. So we will type font size and set it to 48 pixels. We will style the h3 inside our banner h3, and the font size to 20 pixels. Now we'll style the card and set it to text align center. Now we will set the padding of our logo image to 0. So that's basically it for the CSS of our website. So let's just check it once more. So we are less than 600 pixels, and if we increase the size of this window, we can see that we get a little bit of padding over here. And then if you keep increasing the size, we can see that the footer is displayed horizontally, and we also have two cards displayed on one line. And if we keep increasing the width, we can see that the menu is displayed over here. And if we keep increasing, we can see that the width changes to 85%. So that's basically it for the CSS of our front page. In this video, we are going to add some JavaScript functionality to our front page. So in the last two videos, we have been designing this front page, and we have designed it completely, but we need to add some functionalities to our web page. So if I go to my original design, here we can see that when we click on this search button, we want to have this search box displayed over here, and when we click on it again, it should go back up. And the next thing that we want to do is when we are on a smaller screen, when we click on this button over here, we want to display this menu. So these are the two things that we are going to do in this video. So let's get started. So first of all, in my CSS here I will add 2 lines of code. So here I will set the opacity to 0 and pointer events to none, and we are going to change this in our JavaScript, and we'll also go down in our media queries, and here we will uncomment this, so it will be set to display block. Now we'll go ahead to our file browser, and here we will create a new file called main.js, and we will add this in our HTML file. So we'll go down before the body tag ends, and here we will type script src, and here we will type main.js. Now we'll go to our main.js file, and here we will add the functionality. So first of all, we will reference all the items that we need to change. So I will type const and menu icon. So this will be our menu icon. So I will type document dot get element by id, and here I will type menu icon, and I'll just copy this 3 more times, and I will change this to slide out menu, and this to search icon, and this to search box, and we will do the same over here. So slide out menu, search icon, and search box. Now first of all, we will add the functionality of the search icon. So we will type search icon, and we will add an event listener. So we will add the click event listener. So whenever this icon is clicked, this function will be executed. So we will type function, and here we will create this function where we want to show our search box. So here we will type if search box dot style dot top equals 72 pixels. Then we want to set the search box style top to 24 pixels, and also the search box pointer events to none. So this will be executed when the search box is still visible, and when it is not visible, we want to execute these lines of code. So we'll type search box dot style dot top equals 72 pixels, and search box dot style dot pointer events to auto. So this is going to show our search box when we click on the search icon. So let's just save this and check out our website. So here, if I will click on this button, we can see that we get this search box, and when I click on this icon once again, we see that it goes back to the original place. So we have completed our search icon functionality. Now we'll complete the mobile navigation functionality. So here we'll go ahead and add an event listener to the menu icon, and we will add an event listener for click, and we'll create a function just as we did for the search icon. And here we will type if slide out menu, and this should be slide out menu. So slide out menu dot style dot opacity equals 1. Then we want to set the slide out menu style opacity to 0, and the slide out menu style dot pointer events to none. So these 2 lines of code will be executed if our menu is visible, and if it is not visible, then we have to execute these 2 lines of code. So I'll just copy this and paste it over here and change this to 1 and auto. Now if we click on this icon over here, we can see that we have this menu displayed over here. When we click on this once again, the menu disappears, And once again, if we click on this search icon, we get this search box, and when we click on this again, it disappears. So this was a short video of adding a little bit of JavaScript functionality to our front page. In this video, we're going to create the other pages for our website, like the blog list page, the blog post page, and the about page. So in the last couple of videos, we have been designing this front page of our website, and we have completely designed it. Now we will start designing the other pages. Now first of all, I will change some of these links to point it to the actual pages. So here we will type index.html. Here we will type blogs list.html. We will type the same over here as well, because this is gonna look the same like the blog list page. And here we will type about.html. These are all the HTML files that we have to create. And in here, inside our section heading, here we will type blogs list.html, and here we will type blog post.html. We will have the same over here, blog post.html, and the same over here, blog post.html. We are not going to change all these links over here, but we are just going to create this basic design so that we can navigate to our pages. And so that's all for our index.html file. Now we will create the other files that we need. So here in our project, we'll create a file called about.html, and then we'll create a file called blogslist.html, and then one more file called blogpost.html. So first of all, we will design the blog list.html page. So this is gonna have pretty much the same design like our index.html file. So we'll just copy this whole thing from here and paste it over here. And what we'll do is remove all those things that we don't need. So we don't need this source section, so we'll delete it. And we also don't need this project section, so we will delete this project section. Now here at the start of our section, here we will delete this whole thing, and we will create a new heading called page heading, and here we will type blogs. Now in our card, we will create one more division after our blog title, and here we will create this division called card meta. So we'll type card meta, and in that we will type posted by admin on, and here we will type some random date in, and here we will create an anchor tag, and we will type web dev. So this is going to be the category, and this is the meta description of our card. And now the next thing we need to do is remove this banner from here. And now we will go ahead and copy this card meta into the card that is below over here. So after our heading, we will post this, and we will select both these cards and copy it 2 more times. So we will just check our page. So if I go to the blog list page, we can see that we have this design over here, and we don't have our page heading over here because we need to do some styling to make it, to bring it down. And the other thing that we need to have is the pagination, so we'll go ahead and create that. So after this section ends, here we will create a new division with a class name of pagination, and here we will have a couple of anchor tags. We'll say prev for the first anchor tag, and we'll just copy this a couple more times, and here we will type some number, and here we'll type next. So this is our pagination, and that's basically it for our blog list HTML. Now we will style this in our CSS. So we will open our style.css file. So first of all, we will create a new comment, and we will type blog list page, and we will style the page heading. So we will give it a font size of 32 pixels, font family of Roboto condensed, border left of 3 pixels solid black, border right of 3 pixels solid black, transition of all to 0.4 seconds, display to inline block, padding of 4 pixels, 32 pixels, and margin top of 120 pixels. And we will also style the hover, so page heading hover, and we will give a padding of 4 pixels, 48 pixels, background color of red. So here we can see our page heading. Now we will style our card meta. So here we will type card meta, and the color to 333, font size of 14 pixels, padding left of 8 pixels, and font family of Roboto slab. And we will also style the anchor tags inside our card meta, and we will give it a color of 333. So here we can see our card meta. Now we will style the pagination. So here we will give it a new comment, and here we will type pagination, and we will give it a padding of 8 pixels, text align to the center, and font weight to bold. Now we will style the anchor tags inside our pagination. So here we will type border top of 3 pixels solid white, display of inline block, padding of 8 pixels, 16 pixels, and transition of 0.4 seconds. We will also style the hover of our pagination, and here we will type text decoration to none, and border top of 3 pixels solid black. So here we can see our pagination. So that's basically it for our blogs list page. Now we will design our blog post page. So we'll go ahead to our blog post page. Now we'll copy everything from the blog list, and we'll paste it into our blog post. And here we'll go ahead and delete everything from here to basically the heading. So we are left with the header and the footer basically, and here we will write the page heading, and here we will type blog post heading, and then we'll create a division with an ID of post container, and then we'll create a section with an ID of blog post, and in that we'll create a division with a class of card, and then we'll create a division with a class of card meta blog post, and here we will type posted by admin on, and we will just type any date in, and we will have an anchor tag and a category. So now we will have a division for the card image, and we will put an image, and we will insert the first image over here, and here we will type card image. Then we will have a division called card description, and in that we will have a heading, and we will create some lorem ipsum over here. We will just copy this a couple more times, and after that we will have a division with an ID of comments section. So for now we will just type comments section over here. We will create this comment section when we build the custom theme. Now we will also create the sidebar after our section, and here we will type aside and we will give it an ID of sidebar, and here we will give an S3 sidebar heading, and we will type something over here. So this is basically how our page looks right now. Now we'll go ahead to our CSS and style this. So here we'll create a new comment called single blog post, and here we'll target the post container, and we will say display flex, and then we will style the blog post division, and we will say display flex, flex direction of column, and a width of 70%, border left of 1 pixels, solid 999. We will also style the card inside the blog post, and we will give it a width of 100%. Then we will style the card image, its hover, and we will say box shadow to none. So here we can see our blog post page. Now inside our media query, where we have a max width of 900, here we will say blog post, and we will give it a width of 100% and a border left of 0. Now we will style the sidebar. So here we will give it a new comment, sidebar. So we will target the sidebar ID, and we will give it a background color of 333, flex of 1, padding of 8 pixels and 16 pixels, color of white, box shadow of inset 27 pixels, 0, 51 pixels, minus 18 pixels, RGBA 000 and 0.75. And we'll go to our media queries, and in our 900 pixels maximum width, here we will type sidebar and display none. So when we are below 900 pixels, we don't want the sidebar to be displayed. So here we can see that we have our sidebar styled properly, and now we will need to style this card meta blog post. So we'll go to the place where we have styled our card, and down here we will give the style for the card meta blog post. So we'll type card meta blog post, and we will give it a color of 333, font size of 14 pixels, padding of 16 pixels, font family of Roboto slab, and we'll also style the anchor tags. So we will give it a color of 333, and at last we will style the comment section division. So here we will type comments section, and here we will type comments section, and we will give it a border top of 2 pixels solid EEE and a padding of 8 pixels. So if you take a look at our website, here we can see that we have styled our meta description and also the heading, and we also have the sidebar. This is the comment section which we will design when we actually create the theme. So that's basically it for the blog post page. So if we'll just resize our window, we can see that when we are below 900 pixels, we cannot see the sidebar. Now the last thing to do is create the about.html page. So we'll just copy everything from the blog post and go to the about.html page, and here we will paste it. And there are just a couple of changes we need to do over here. So First of all, we will remove the comment section, and then we will remove the card meta blog post division, because we don't want to have this description for the about page. And the last thing is we will change the heading to about GT coding. So now we'll take a look at our website and see whether everything is working correctly. So here we can see this is the blog post page. We'll go to the about.html page, and here we have the about page, and we don't have any comments and we don't have the meta description. So that's basically it for all the other pages for our website. In this video, I will show you how to write code in PHP. So in the last couple of modules, we have designed our website completely. And in this video, I will show you how to write code in PHP. So first of all, you have to install a software called XAMPP. So there are also other alternatives for this like MAMP or WAMP. But this is the one I use. So I'll just click on this link, first link over here. So now you have to just download the executable for your operating system. So it is available for Windows, Linux and Mac OS. So after downloading it, just install the software, and once you have installed the software, you will get something like XAMPP control panel in your applications list, and just open that and click on Start in front of Apache, and then click on Admin. So here we can see the welcome screen of XAMPP. So if you see this welcome screen on your browser, you can make sure that you have installed XAMPP correctly. Now you have to go to the location where you have installed XAMPP. So I have installed XAMPP in the C drive. So I'll go to C and XAMPP, and in that you have to go to a folder called htdocs. So this is the place where all your projects are going to be situated. So we'll create a new folder and we'll name it PHP intro. And now I will open it in my text editor. So here, instead of localhost dashboard, here we can type the name of our folder. So we'll type localhost PHP intro, and it will show this folder over here. So here we'll go ahead and create a new file, and we'll name it index.php. So you have to keep in mind that whenever you create a PHP file, you have to have the file extension as .php. So we'll save this, and here we will type hi everyone. And if I'll save this and refresh over here, we can see that hi everyone is displayed over here. So this is basically how you create a new PHP file. So you can write PHP and HTML inside the same document. So we have this file extension as .php, but you can certainly write any HTML tag that you want. So here, if I will have an h1 tag, we will just type hi from h1, and if I will refresh this, we can see that the heading is displayed over here. So if you want to enter into the PHP mode, you have to just type less than question mark and PHP, and then you have to close it with question mark and greater than sign. So whatever you type inside here will be PHP code. So there's a function called echo, and here we will type hi from PHP, and if I will save this and refresh, we can see that hi from PHP is displayed over here. In the same way, you can write other things, like for example, if you type 45 plus 55, and if I refresh it over here, we can see that PHP has done the calculation for us. So you can integrate PHP inside an HTML tag as well. For example, if you want to have this displayed inside an h2, we can just type h2 and we'll just wrap it inside an h2. So if I'll just save this, we can see that our PHP code is integrated with our HTML tag. So this is basically how PHP works. Now let's get started by learning the basics of PHP. So the first thing we'll look at is variables in PHP. So we will open our PHP, and here we will close it, and we'll write all our code inside here. So to create a variable in CSS, you have to use the dollar symbol and then type the name of the variable. So we'll create a variable called message, and here we will give it a value of welcome to GT coding. So now this is a variable in PHP called message, and it contains a string value of welcome to GT coding. Now you can create a variable for numbers as well by just typing the variable name. We will just type number1 and we'll give it a value of 23, and we'll create one more variable called number2 and we'll give it a value of 48. So whenever we give a value to a variable, it turns into that data type. So we'll create one more variable to store the sum of these two numbers. So we'll type dollar total, and here we will give dollar number1 plus dollar number2. So we'll just print it out. So to print out a message, you have to type echo and print the message inside it. So in our echo, what we'll do is we'll create an S3. So in S3 we will just type the name of our variable, and then we'll close the S3 over here. So if I'll save this and refresh the browser, we can see that our message is printed on the browser. So in the same way, we will also create a message for the sum of the two numbers. So we'll type echo, and here we will have a paragraph, and in here we'll type the sum of, and the number1 should be typed with a $sign because we want to display the value of this variable, and number2, and here we will type total. So now we'll just refresh our browser. We can see that the sum of 23 and 48 is 71. So this is how you work with variables in PHP. So you can also use echo with a single quotes instead of the double quotes. For example, if you type hi from single quote, so if I'll save this, we see that it is also displayed on the screen. But the difference between single quotes and double quotes is that you cannot type the value of a variable in here. So for example, if you type dollar number1 over here, and if I save this, we can see that number1 is displayed as it is over here. It doesn't print out the value of this number1 variable. So in that case, you have to use double quotes, or you can also use single quotes if you have just a plain string to print out. Now if you want to use a single quote and also print the value of this variable, you can use a technique called concatenation. So we'll just have a paragraph and we'll type the sum of, and here you have to use concatenation. To use concatenation in PHP, you have to type a dot, and then you have to type the variable name, and then a dot, and then you have to enter into the single quotes, and we'll type and then a dot, and we'll type dollar number2, a dot, is dot total, and then we also need to have a full stop. So now if I will save this and refresh this, we can see that we get the same message. So this is how you concatenate strings inside PHP. So that's it with variables in PHP. Now we will look at conditional statements in PHP. So we'll just delete all our code, and here we'll create a variable called logged in, and we'll set it to false for now. So this is a boolean variable which has a value of true or false. So here we'll type if, and here you have to type the condition, and inside curly braces you have to type what should happen if the condition is true. So here we will type if dollar logged in equals true. So these two equal signs means that it is checking for this condition whether it is true or false, and then here we have to type echo, and we'll just type welcome. And if it is not the case, we'll just type please log in. So if I'll save this and refresh it over here, we can see that it says please log in. And if we set the variable value to true, and if I refresh it over here, we can see that welcome is displayed on the screen. And if you are using a boolean variable, you can just type if logged in, and this will compile to if logged in is true. So if we'll just save this and refresh it again, we can see that we get the same message. So this is how conditions work in PHP. Now we will look at arrays in PHP. So to create an array, you have to just name the array, and then we have to type the keyword array, and in that type the values that you want to store. So we'll store some JavaScript libraries or framework. So we'll type React, Angular, and Vue. These are the three most popular JavaScript libraries or frameworks. So now we have created our array called JavaScript. Now to print the array, you can use a function called print_r. So we'll type print_r, and here just give the name of the array. And if I will refresh this, we can see that the JavaScript array is displayed, and it starts from 0. And there is one more method to print array. So we'll just have a line break, and here we will type var dump. So in that you have to just type the name of your array, and if I refresh it, we can see that we get a detailed explanation of our array. So these are the two methods which are used to print the array. So if you want to access an element from the array, we'll just type echo, and we'll just access the second element from the array. So here we have to type JavaScript, and in square brackets you have to type the index value. So the index value of Angular is 1 because the array starts from 0. So if I type 1 and if I refresh it, we can see that Angular is displayed over here. We'll just wrap this inside an S3. So this is how you create an array in PHP. Now we will look at how to create an associative array. So we will have a horizontal rule, and now we'll create an associative array. So to create an associative array, you have to first of all type the name of your array. So this is the same name over here. So whenever we add any value over here, this variable will be replaced by this. So we will type array, and inside here you have to type the key and the value. So we'll type React, and here we will type as a value who created it, and then we'll type the second key, and then the value of the second key, and then the third key and the value. So now we have created an associative array. So we will just use our var dump function to print out this array. So if I refresh this, we get an error on line 23 because we didn't have a semicolon after creating the array. Now if we just save this and refresh it, we can see that this is the associative array. And if you want to get a value from this array, you just have to type echo, and in here we will type S3, and we will use concatenation, and you have to type the name of the array, and then inside square brackets you have to type the key, and here we will close the S3. So if I'll save this, we can see that the value of the key React is displayed. In the same way we can use it for printing the other values as well. So I'll just type view, and if I refresh, we can see that both the values are displayed over here. So this is how you access the values from an associative array. Now we'll create a multi-dimensional array. So we'll type multi-dimensional array. So multi-dimensional arrays are basically arrays inside another array. So we'll just create an array with the name of users, and we will type array, and inside array we will have another array, and here we will have user ID, and we will set that equal to user 1 and the password to 1234. Then we will have another array, and here we will type user ID, and this will be the user 2, and we will type the password. So this is basically how you create a multi-dimensional array. So if I'll go ahead and var dump our users array, we'll just refresh our page. We can see that our array is displayed over here. So if you want to access one of the elements, you just have to type users and which of these arrays you want to access. So if you want to access the first one, you just have to type 0, and in the next square bracket you have to type the key. So we'll just type user ID. So if I'll save this and refresh it, we get the user ID of the first user. So this is all about arrays in PHP. Now we'll take a look at how to write loops in PHP. So we'll just remove all this code, and here we will type while loop. So this is the first loop that we are going to look at. So loops are basically used to do some repetitive tasks. So if you want to type the numbers 0 through 10, you should not type echo and 1 and then echo 2 and till the number 10. You have to use a loop. So first of all, we will just create a basic heading, and we will type while loop. So we'll create a variable called limit. So we'll have a value of 10, and a variable called number, which should have a value of 0. So now we'll print 0 to 10 on the screen. So first of all, we will type while, and here we have to specify the condition. So here we will type while number is less than or equal to the limit, and in curly braces you have to type what should happen when the condition is true. So we'll type echo, and we'll have some list items. So before that, here we'll create an unordered list. So echo unordered list, and in here we will have a list item for each of the numbers, and we will type number over here, and then each time the loop executes we have to increase the value of number. So we'll type number plus plus, and at last we have to close our UL. So we'll just save it and refresh it. Here we can see that we have the numbers 0 through 10 printed on our screen. So this is how you use while loops inside PHP. Now we'll take a look at for loops. So we'll just copy this from here and paste it over here. So we'll just change it to for loop, and first of all we will open our UL. And to write a for loop, you don't need to have these variables before writing the loop. So here you can type for, and here we'll create a variable called I, and we will set it to 0, and then while I is less than or equal to, and we'll type limit over here, and we also have to type how much the value should increment. So we'll just increment it by 1, and here we will just type echo li and the variable, and at last we will close our UL. And if I'll refresh this, we see that we have printed 0 through 10 with our for loop. Now the next type of loop we will look at is called the do while loop. So it is basically pretty much the same as the while loop, but the only difference is that this code over here will be executed at least once. So we'll just write a new do while loop and we'll give it a heading. And here also we have to create variables before writing our loop. So we will make use of these two variables, and we'll just set the number variable to 0 because it has been changed in the while loop. So here we will just type number equals 0, and first of all you have to type do, and in curly braces you have to type what should execute inside the loop. So we'll type echo li and the value of number, and we also have to open the ul over here, and after that we have to increase the number variable by 1, and after do you have to type while, and here in parentheses you have to type the condition. So we will type number is less than or equal to limit. So if I'll save this, so if you look at this, we see that there's no difference between the do while loop and the while loop. But here if we change the value of the number variable to say 50, so this value is greater than the limit, that is 10. So this block of code should not be executed at all in the while loop, but in our do while loop this gets executed at least once. So if I refresh this, we can see that 50 is displayed, and after that it checks this condition and then it breaks out of the loop. So if we set this variable over here to 50 and if we check this, we can see that the while loop doesn't execute at all. So now let's take a look at another type of loop called the for each loop. So this loop makes it really easy for us to access values from an array. So first of all, let's create an array. So we'll create an array called names, and we'll have some names inside it. So this is our array. Now first of all we'll create a UL just as we did in the previous loops. And then we will type for each, and here we will type the name of our array and as, and here we have to give a new variable name. So we will name it name. So this is the array and this is the variable that we are going to use to access the values from the array. So in our curly braces here we will type echo, and we have to just type name over here, and we'll close our UL. So that's basically it. Now if I just save this and refresh it on my browser, we can see that we get all the items inside the array listed over here. So this is an easy way to access the values inside an array. Now we'll also take a look at how to access the values from an associative array. So we'll create an associative array. So we'll give it a name called languages, and we'll give an array, and for our key we will type PHP, and for the value we will type Laravel. So this is a framework for PHP, and for Python we will say Django. So this is our languages array, which is an associative array. So instead of this we have to type languages, that is the name of the array, and as, and here we have to type a new variable name. So we'll type language, and we also have to access these values. So here we have to type equals greater than, and we will type a new variable name framework. So now here we can use the variables that we created over here. So let's just type framework for, and we'll type the name of the language is, or we'll just type a colon, and here we will type the framework. So now if I'll save this and refresh it on my browser, we can see that the values from the associative array are displayed on the screen. So this is how we access the values from an associative array using the for each loop. Now we'll take a look at how to write functions in PHP. So to create a function, you have to first of all write the keyword function and then type the name of the function. So we'll create a function called say hi. So this is our function, and what this function will do is just echo hi everyone on the screen. And if I now just save this and refresh on my browser, it doesn't display anything because we have just created a function, we have not called it. So if we call our function by typing the name of the function and the parenthesis, and if I refresh the browser, we can see that the function executes, and we can execute this function many times if we want. So here we can see that the function is executed 3 times. Now I will show you how to pass arguments to a function and how to return a value from the function. So we'll create a new function called add, and we'll pass in 2 arguments. So arguments are basically variables, so we'll pass a variable called num1 and another variable called num2, and inside here, to return a value from the function, we have to use the keyword called return, and here we can return anything that we want. So we will return the sum of these 2 numbers. So we'll type num1 plus num2. So this will return the sum of these 2 numbers. So now we'll call the function. So we'll call it inside an echo statement. So here we will type echo h4, and we'll type the sum of 20 and 30 is, and we'll concatenate the value from the function. So we'll type add, and we'll pass in 2 numbers, so 20 and 30, and then we'll have a full stop, and we'll close our h4. So if I'll save this and refresh on my browser, we can see that the sum of 20 and 30 is 50. So this is how we call a function, by passing arguments to it, and this is how we return a value from the function. Now let's take a look at how to work with forms in PHP. So I'll just delete this. So this is not necessary for creating our WordPress theme, but I will just show you how to accept data from a form. So here we have to create a form. So we'll create a form, and we'll give the action as dashboard.php. So this is a file that we are going to create, and we'll give the method as post, and we'll create some input types. So input of type text, and the name will be user ID, and we'll create another input of type password, and the name will be password as well, and at last we'll have an input of type submit, and we will give it a value of login. So this is our basic form. I'll just refresh it. Now what we'll do is, when the user types GT coding in the username and password as 123456, we want to let the user to log in, or otherwise we'll just give a message that the login details are incorrect. So in our action we have typed dashboard.php. So whenever we click on the submit button, this form will be redirected to this page over here, and the post method means that the value will be sent securely, and if you type get over here, then the value will be shown on your URL over here. So that's the difference between post and get. So now we have to create a new file called dashboard.php. So we'll save it as dashboard.php. Now here we will write some PHP code. So here we'll create a new variable called user ID, and to get a value from a form we have to use a function called $_post, So if you are using post, you have to type post. If you are using get, you have to type get over here. And here we have to give the name of our input item. So in our user ID input we have the name as user ID, so we have to give the same name over here. So we'll type user ID, and we'll create one more variable to store the password, and we'll type password over here. So now the values from the form will be stored in user ID and password variables. So now we'll check the values using an if condition. So we'll say if user ID is equal to GT coding and password is equal to 123456. So if this is the case, then we have to say echo welcome, and we'll type the user ID as well. And if the user ID and password are different, then we'll just type echo incorrect login details. So now let's check this and see if it is working. So we'll just type some garbage value over here, and if I press on login, we can see that incorrect login details is displayed over here. So we also have an error because we didn't spell user ID correctly over here. So we'll just say user ID. I'll just go back and just type something and login. So it says incorrect login details. Now if we type the correct login ID and password, so we'll type GT coding, and for the password we'll type 123456, and if I press on login, we can see that we have welcome and the user ID. So this is basically how you get values from a form using PHP. Now we will see how to include one PHP file inside another. So I'll just remove all this and we'll create a basic HTML5 structure. And for the title we will say GT coding, and we'll also include a CSS file. So we have not created it yet, we'll create it now. And in the body we will have an h1, and we'll type GT coding, and we'll also have an unordered list, and we'll have some links. We'll say index.php over here, and in here we will type page 1, and we'll also have another list item, and we will say page 2.php. Now we'll wrap everything inside a header. Now we'll create an h4, and we'll give it a class page 1, and we'll type page 1 over here, and at last we'll have a footer, and we'll type this. So this is our basic page. I will just refresh this. So here we can see our website. Now I'll just apply some styles. I'll just fast forward it. So we have completed the styling for our page. So I'll just close this styles.css file. Now here we can see that we have this whole HTML markup over here. But now if we want to create another page called page2.php, then the only thing that is going to change is this page 2 over here. All the other things are going to stay the same, so that will be a lot of duplication of our code. So we can use a function in PHP called include. So first of all, we'll just copy this whole thing over here and create a new file called header.php. So we have header.php which contains this whole markup. Now we'll create another file called footer.php and we'll copy this footer over there. Now we have header and footer for our web page. Now whenever we create a new page, we just have to deal with this line of code, and we can include footer and header in our index.php file. So to include a file, we have to type include and then the name of the file. So if I'll save this, we can see that the header is included in our index.php file using this single line of code. We'll also include the footer. So if I'll save this, we can see that the footer is also included in our page. So in this way we can create any number of pages that we want. So we'll just copy this and create a new page called page2.php. And we'll type page 2 over here, and we'll also change the class to page 2, and we'll save it as page2.php. So now if I refresh this, and if I click on this page 2 link, we can see that page 2 is open. We can also see it in our address bar, and if we click on page 1, this changes to the index.php page. So now if you want to make a change in our header, we can do it by going to the header.php file, and here we can type something long coding, and if I refresh this, this will be saved on both the pages, page 2 and page 1, because it is included from the same file. So this can be beneficial for you if you are working with large project which has a lot of PHP files. So that's basically how you include files inside PHP. So there's also one more method called require. So if I type require over here, then the difference between require and include is that if we type include and if the file is not available, I'll just show you a demo. So if I type header 1 over here and if I save this, we can see that we get a warning that the header 1 is not included, but the rest of the page just gets displayed. And if we use require over here, and if I refresh this, we can see that we get a warning and the rest of the page is not displayed. So if you want such a behavior, you can use require, or else you can use include. In this video, you will learn how to install and use WordPress locally on your computer. So in the previous videos, we have designed our website using HTML, CSS and JavaScript, and we also have learned how to write code in PHP. Now it's time for us to install WordPress on our computer. Now there are a lot of ways to install WordPress locally on your system. There are different tools that you can use. You can also install it in XAMPP. You can also use a software called AMPPS, but I'm going to talk to you about a software called Local by Flywheel. So this is pretty much the easiest way to install WordPress locally on your computer. So just go to this website called local.getflywheel.com, or just type Local by Flywheel in Google and you will land on this web page. Now just click on this link over here called free download. Now you have to just select the platform that you are on. I'm on a Windows, so I will just select Windows, and here just fill in these details and click on get it now, and the software will be downloaded for you. And once you have downloaded the executable, just install it like you do with all the other software. Once you open it, you will get a screen like this. So this is the area where all your websites are gonna stay. So I have a test project right here. You'll be having a blank screen. Just click on this button called add local site, or you can go ahead and click on add new site over here. Now here it says to name the site, so we will name our site GT Coding. You can name whatever you want, and if you go to the advanced options, you can go ahead and change the local site domain, and you can also change the path of the files. So we don't want to change anything, we'll just keep this local site domain as gtcoding.local, and we'll keep all these default settings. Now you have to just click on continue. Now here we have some preferred settings like the PHP version 7.1.7, and we have this web server and this MySQL version. If you want to change this, you can go to custom and change this to whatever you want, but I'll just keep it to the preferred settings and I'll just click on continue. Now here you have to give the WordPress username and WordPress password. So we'll just give the WordPress username as admin, and we'll give the password as admin as well, because this is just a local site, and for our online site we will give a stronger password and username. So we'll just click on add site, and here we can see that the site is being added. So here we can see that our site GT Coding has been added. It took a while, but WordPress has also been installed and the database and everything are set up correctly. We don't need to do any changes to the setup, so we'll just click on view site. If you have not started the site, just click on start site and then click on this button called view site. So here we can see our WordPress website and a default theme has been installed. So this has all been set up behind the scenes by local, and if you want to go to the admin area, you can go to local and click on admin, and it will take you to this page over here, which is the admin area of WordPress. So we just type the username and password which we used to create our site. In my case it is admin and admin, so I'll click on login. We can see that we are in the dashboard area of our website, and we'll do some minor change to see whether it is working. We'll just go to appearances, themes, and we'll just change this theme to 2015, and we'll activate this theme. We can see that our theme has been activated. We just click on visit site. We can see that our new theme is installed. So we have successfully installed WordPress locally on our computer. In this video, we will start creating our custom WordPress theme. In the previous videos, we have designed this complete website using HTML, CSS and JavaScript. So first of all, let me show you the editor that I'm going to use. So I'm going to use the editor called Visual Studio Code. You can download it from this website over here, and just click on this download button. It is completely free and it's an awesome code editor. So just go ahead and download this if you haven't already, or you can also use any other code editor that you want. Now in the previous video we learned how to install WordPress locally on our computer. So I have opened local on my computer. So this is the local site that we had created in the previous video. So we'll just start working on it. So just click on this site and click on start site, and then we'll go ahead and click on admin. Now we'll log in with the ID and the password that we had provided when we created this site. So I will type admin as the username and the password. Now we can view our website by just clicking on view site over here. We'll just click on that. So here is our website. So it has already added a default theme in here. So we'll just go ahead and look at all the themes that we have. So we'll just go to appearances and click on themes. So these are the 3 different themes that are already available with WordPress. So we'll just go ahead and change this theme to 2016, and we'll click on activate. We can see that the new theme is activated. We'll just click on visit site, and here is our new theme. So our goal is to create a new theme that will be displayed over here with all these themes. Now if you want to add a new post, go to posts and click on add post, and here you can give the title. So we'll say the first post by me. So we'll just type something over here. Now we will click on publish, and if you go to the website and refresh it, we can see that the first post by me is printed over here. So in this way we can create a new post. Now we will see how to add a new plugin to our website. So we'll go to plugins and click on add new. So these are all the plugins that are available. Contact Form 7 is the plugin that we want to install. So here we can see the plugin, and it has more than 1 million active installations. We'll just click on install, and to activate the plugin you have to just click on activate, and the plugin has been activated. We can see the plugin over here. So this is how you add new plugins to your WordPress website. Now here are some of the settings for your website. So if you go to settings and click on general, here we can change the name of our website, and we can also change the tagline. We'll just type learn coding from scratch. So if you want, you can just go ahead and check these different settings and see what are the options available over there. Now we'll go to appearance and we'll click on themes. So now we want our custom theme to be displayed with all these three themes over here. So we'll go to local, and here we will right click over here and click on show folder. So these are the two different local websites that we had created using local. Now we will go to the folder called GT coding, and in here we'll go to app, and then we'll go to public, and these are all the WordPress files that are necessary for our WordPress website. So the folder that we are going to be working in is called WP content. So we'll double click on this folder, and here there are a lot of different folders, and all our themes are going to stay in this folder called themes. So we'll just go into themes folder. Here we can see our three themes that we have in our WordPress website. So let's just go into one of these themes. So I'll just go into 2017. So these are all the files in our theme. So if you want, you can just go ahead and open some of these files and see how the code is written inside, and you'll get a basic idea of how the themes are written. But I'm just going to go to the themes folder, and here we'll create a new folder called GT coding, and this is our custom theme. So now we'll go to the WordPress dashboard, and if we refresh this page, we can see that it says that there are some broken themes, and we have the name of the folder, and we can see that the style sheet is missing. So whenever we create a theme in WordPress, we have to have a file called style.css. So we'll go to our folder. So here we'll go ahead and create a new file, and we will name it style.css. So now I will open this folder in Visual Studio Code. So here we have opened our project in Visual Studio Code. So I'll just go to style.css. Now style.css file is a special file for WordPress because we can add some information about our theme in this file. So we'll just go ahead and create a new comment, and here we will type theme name, and we'll name the theme as GT coding, and then we'll type author, and here you can type your name, and you can also have author URI, and then you can give the description for your theme. And then you can also type the version number of your theme. So I'll just type 1.0. So these are some of the basic information that we can add in our style.css file, and it will be displayed on our theme. So now we'll go ahead and create a new file called index.php, and here we'll just give a heading, and we'll say hi from index.php. So now if we'll go to our list of themes, and I'll just refresh this page, and here we can see our theme is displayed over here. If we just click on this theme details button, we can see we have the name of our theme, the version number of our theme, the description and the author name, and it also has the link of the author website. So now we need to have a thumbnail for our theme. To have a thumbnail for your theme, you have to have a file called screenshot.png in your folder, and that file will act as the thumbnail. So I have already created a file called screenshot.png. I'll just paste it in my folder. So now if we'll go to the list of our themes, and if I refresh this page, we can see that the thumbnail of our theme is visible over here. So if you want to activate this theme, just click on activate. Now if we'll go to our website, and if we'll just refresh, here we can see the content from our index.php file is displayed over here. In this video, we will learn how to link our CSS and JavaScript files to our custom WordPress theme. In the previous video, we started creating our custom WordPress theme, and we created the style.css file and the index.php file. In this video, we will learn how to link our CSS and JavaScript files to our theme, and we will also create a header and a footer file. So let's get started. So here I have opened local, and I have started this site called GT Coding that we had created. So you can start it by clicking on a button called Start Site over here, and after that just click on Admin, and it will take you to the login screen of our WordPress website. So we'll just click on Admin. So here we are in the dashboard of our website. So if you just go over here and visit our site, we can see that this text is displayed from our index.php file. So first of all, we'll create a header and a footer file. So we will open local, and here we'll just right click on it and click on show folder. So here is our website. We'll just go inside the folder and click on app, then we'll go inside public, and we'll go inside WP content and themes. So this is our theme. We'll just go inside here, and I will just right click over here and click on open with code. So now we have our project opened in Visual Studio Code. So we'll just go ahead and click on new file, and we'll create a file called header.php, and then we'll also create a file called footer.php. So in header.php, we'll just type some basic HTML5 template, and we will give the title as GT Coding, and here we'll create a header, and inside that we'll create an h1. We will say header here, and in our footer we'll just cut these two lines of code and paste it in our footer, and we'll also create a footer over here. So we'll just type footer, and in here we will type footer goes here. So now we have created the footer and the header files for our website. Now we need to import them into our index.php file. So there is a function in WordPress called getHeader. So we'll just open PHP over here and we'll type get header, and then we'll close our PHP. And for the footer, there is a function called get footer. So these are WordPress specific functions. So when we call this function called get header, it will search for a file called header.php, and whatever is in that file will be copied over here, and the same goes with the footer file. So now we will save this and go to our website, and we'll refresh it. Here we can see we have the header and the footer displayed on our index.php file. Now we need to link our CSS and our JavaScript files to our theme. So we'll just go to our project, and here we will create a folder called JS, and we'll create a JavaScript file called main.js. And for now we will just type alert hi from main.js. So to link our CSS and JavaScript files, you cannot do it right here in the header file. You have to do it using a WordPress hook called wp-enqueue script or wp-enqueue style. So for that we have to create a new file called functions.php. So functions.php file is an important file in our WordPress theme because we can do a lot of interesting things using that file. Like we can add our CSS and JavaScript files to our WordPress theme. We can add new categories to our posts. We can add new features to our theme. We can add filters to the search, and there are a lot of things that we can do using the functions.php file. So we'll just go ahead and create a file called functions.php. You have to make sure that it is exactly spelled functions.php, or else it won't work, and it should be placed in the root folder of your theme. So here we will add some PHP code to include our CSS and JavaScript files. So we'll add a comment and we'll say adding the CSS and JS files. So we'll create a dedicated function to link all our files. So we'll create a function called gt-setup. Now to link a CSS file, you have to type wp-enqueue style, and in here you have to give some parameters. So the first parameter is the name of our CSS file. So we can give any name over here. I will just give a name called style, and the next parameter is the destination of our file. So to link our style.css file, we have a function called get style sheet URI. But if you have a different style sheet with a different name, then you can add it using a different method that I will show you right now. So the next parameter is what are the dependencies of our CSS file. So we'll type null over here. The next parameter is the version number of our file. So we can type a version number like 1.0 or something. But since we are developing our theme, we need to make so many changes to our style.css file. So every time we make a change, we have to change this version number to something like 1.3, 1.4. So this can be a difficult thing to do. So instead of the version number, you can type micro time. So what this does is that it returns the current time in microseconds. So every time you refresh the page, you will have a new version number. You of course have to change this to a version number after the development is over, but for our development we will just leave it to micro time. And the last one is what are the devices that are going to be supported. So we'll just type all. Now the next thing to do is add our JavaScript file. So we'll type wp-enqueue script, and here also there are 5 arguments. The first one is the name, the second is the destination, and the third is the dependencies, the fourth is the version number, and the fifth argument is whether we want it to be placed in the footer or not. For our name, we will type main over here, and for the source we have to give the path of this file over here. So there's a function in WordPress called get theme file URI. This returns this root folder of our theme, and in here you just have to type /js and main.js. So this will get the link of this file over here. So you can use this same method for your CSS files that have different names. And the next parameter is the dependencies. We'll just type null, and next is the version number. We will have micro time over here as well because we are going to be making changes. And the last one is whether we want it to be loaded in the footer. So we will type true over here because we want it to be loaded in the footer. Now we also need to link Google Fonts and Font Awesome to our website. So here we'll type wp-enq style, and we'll give the name as Google Fonts, and we will grab the link from the design that we had created. So we'll go to our design file. So we'll just open it in a different text editor. So this is the link of Google Fonts. So we have to copy from this / over here and till here. So we'll just copy it and paste it over here, and we will just leave out the rest of the arguments. And for our font awesome, we will just type enq style, and here we will type font awesome, and we'll grab the link from here and we'll paste it over here. So now our GT setup function is completed. Now the next thing we need to do is add an action to tell WordPress to execute this function. So we'll type add action, and the first parameter is when the function should be executed. So we'll type wp enq scripts. So this should be typed exactly like this, and the next parameter is the name of the function. So the name of our function is GT setup. So here we have added our action, and the last thing we need to do is go to our header.php file, and here we have to add a function called wp head. So we'll go into PHP mode, and here we will type wp head, and we'll close PHP over here. And in our footer we need to have another function called wp footer. So now we should have our style and our script file linked to our website. So we'll just go to our style.css file, and we will add some styles over here. So in our body we will type background color to be red. So now if we will go to our website, and if we'll refresh this page, we can see that our JavaScript is executing, and if we click OK over here, we can see that our styles are also applied over here. So this is basically how you can link your CSS and JavaScript files to your WordPress theme. In this video, we will learn how to add the support for custom post type in your WordPress theme. So in the last couple of videos, we had created the index.php header and the footer files, and we also have created this function.php file where we added the styles and the JavaScript for our theme. So I have opened up my website over here. So this is my dashboard. You can open local and then click on your site and click on start site, and then click on admin, and you can use the password and the username and log into your dashboard. So here we are in our dashboard, and right now we have this post type over here that is called post. Now we also want to have a post type called project. So just like we have this post over here, we should have a menu called project, and it should have these different options over here. So let's go to our posts, and we will click on add new, and we will add a new post, and we'll name it WordPress tutorial, and we'll write something over here. This is a tutorial for WordPress theme development. So now if you click on publish, this post will be saved to our database. Before creating our custom post type, we will add some features to our theme. We want to have an option over here where we can upload our featured image. So whenever this post is displayed, we will have a thumbnail for our post. So we will also add some other features. So let's go to our project, and we have to add all these features in our functions.php file. So we'll go ahead and create a new function for it, and we'll just give a comment adding theme support. So we'll create a function called gtinit. So gtinit, and in here we will add a hook called add theme support. And in here we have to specify the feature that we want. So we'll type post thumbnails, and then we have to add an action like we did over here. So we will type add action, and the first parameter will be after setup theme, and the second parameter will be the function. So here we have added the support for post thumbnails to our posts. So we'll go to our website and see whether we have the feature. So we'll go to posts and click on add new, and if we go down over here, we can see that we have an option to set our featured image. And now we will add some more features to our themes. So right now, if we go to our website, we can see that the title over here says GT coding, and it will always say GT coding because we have hard coded the title in our header.php file. So we'll go to our VS Code, and if we go to header.php, we can see that the title tag is right here. So this same header is going to be used in all our pages. So every time it will show GT coding over here. We don't want that. We want this title to change according to the pages. So what we'll do is remove this title from here, and now if we'll save this and refresh our page, we can see that gtcoding.local, that is this URL over here, is printed as the title. Now we will add a new feature to our theme called title tag. So we'll go to our functions.php file, and here we will add a new theme support, and we'll say title tag. Now if we'll save this and if we'll refresh this page, we can see that the title says GT coding, learn coding from scratch. So this data over here is coming from the settings that we have in our theme. So if we'll go to the settings and if we'll click on general, here we can see this is the site title and this is the tagline. So these are displayed over here. We'll just remove this and say learn coding, and if we will save this and we'll go ahead and refresh this page, we can see that it says GT coding, learn coding. So now whenever we go to a specific page, it will show the title of that page over here. So in this way, this title will be dynamic. Now the next theme support that we want to add is HTML5. So after we add this HTML5 theme support, we will have the option of using the HTML5 attributes to our comment forms, to the search form, and so on. So we'll type HTML5 over here, and for the next parameter we will add where we want this HTML5 to be added. So we'll create an array for this. So here we will type comment list, and then we will type comment form, and then we'll type search form. So these are the areas where we want HTML5 to be implemented. So that's it for the features of our theme. Now we'll create the custom post type. So if we'll go to the admin area, we can see that we have these posts over here. Now we want to add a new post type called projects. So for that we'll go to functions.php file, and here we will add a new comment, and we'll type projects post type. So we'll create a function called GT custom post type, And here we have to use a hook called register post type. And the first parameter should be the name of our post type. And for the next parameter, we have to give an array. So we will type array. And first of all, we will set the URL for our custom post type. So we'll type rewrite, and we'll give an array, and we will say slug, and it will be equal to projects. The next thing is the labels, and in labels we will have an array, and here we will give it a name, and we'll say projects, and the singular name should be project. And for adding new item, we want it to say add new project, and for editing the item, we want it to say edit project. And the next thing we will do is add an icon for our post type. So we'll type menu icon, and we'll give an icon called dash icons clipboard. So if you want to see all the icons, you can go to this website called developer.wordpress.org, and you can just search for dash icons WordPress on Google, and you will see this website. And here you can select any of these icons. So for example, if I select this icon, it will give me the name of this icon. So just search for your favorite icon, and you can type the name over here. The next thing is that whether we want it to be public. So we definitely want it to be public because we want the users to see our projects. If it is a feature just for the admins, then we can keep it private, or else we want it to be public. The next thing is, do we want to have archives for this? So using archives, you can filter your project by date, author, categories, and so on. So we'll set it to true. And the last thing we'll do is add what should be supported by this custom post type. So here we will create an array for this, and we will type title, then we will type thumbnail, then we will type editor, then we will type excerpt, and we also want the comments to be enabled. So that's basically it for our custom post type. Now we will add an action to run this function. So we'll type add action, and here we will type init, and then the name of the function. Now we'll go to our dashboard, and if you refresh this page, we can see that we have this projects post type, and if you click on add new, we can see that add new project is displayed over here. That's the same thing that we had specified over here. And then we have the title, the editor, we have also the option for the excerpt, we have the option for the featured image, and all these things. We'll just add a new project. And we'll just publish it. And if you go to the projects list, we can see our project over here, and if you go to posts, we can see all the posts over here. So this is how you have different post types. In this video, we will learn about template hierarchy in WordPress. So here I am in the WordPress developer website. Here you can find the documentation of everything you need to know about creating a custom WordPress theme. So here I am in the template hierarchy page. So if you are creating a WordPress theme, you should definitely know about template hierarchy, because WordPress determines which files to show depending on the template hierarchy. So you should know how to name your files in WordPress theme. So if you go down here, we can see that we have an image, and we'll open the image. Here you can see the template hierarchy of WordPress. So if we go to the left side over here, we can see that we have the different types of pages: the archive page, the singular page, site front page, and so on. So if you go to the right side over here, we can see that we have the index.php file over here, and there are many other files like archive.php, single.php, attachment.php and all these files. So let's go to our website and see how this works. So I have opened up my website and I have logged in. So I'll just go to visit site and we'll just get rid of this JavaScript for now. So we'll go to our Visual Studio Code and go to the JavaScript and we'll just remove this. We'll go to the CSS and we'll also remove this from here. And right now we have our index.php file. So we'll just remove this and we'll just let it be index.php. If we go to our website over here and if we refresh this page, we can see that it says index.php over here. And if you go to the dashboard and if you click on posts, here we can see all our different posts. We will just click on this post and we will click on view. Here we can see that we are in the first post by me page, but it is just showing index.php over here. So we'll go to our template hierarchy and see what is happening. So if we go down here, we can see that our post is a singular post, and if we look at these two categories, we know that it is a single post page. So it is not a static page, it is a single post page. And if we go to the right, we have different options. We have the attachment post, custom post, blog post, and template and page template. So this page over here is a blog post, and we'll go to the right side, and if we go right over here, we can see that we have a file called single-post.php. So this means that it checks for single-post.php, and we know that we don't have any single-post.php file in our theme. So it then goes to the right side and checks for single.php file, and we don't have the single.php file either. So then it goes to singular.php file and it checks whether it has this file, and if singular.php file is not present, then it will go back to the index.php file. So now let's create a singular.php file and let's see whether this post will show us the singular.php file. So we'll go to our Visual Studio Code, and here we will go ahead and create a new file called singular.php, and we'll just copy this from here and we'll paste it here and we'll say singular.php. and if I save this and if I go back over here and if I refresh this page, we can see that it says singular.php over here. That is because it has found this page and it will not go to the index.php file. So whenever we have a blog post, it will show singular.php page. Now if you want to have a page and a post to be of the same template file, then we can leave this singular.php file over here. But if you want the page to be of a different template and the post to be a different template, then we have to create these two different files. So now if we go to our dashboard and we will create a new page over here. So we'll create a new page called test page, and we will publish this page. Now if we'll click on view page, we can see that we are on our test page over here, but it shows singular.php over here. So what we'll do is create a page.php file and a singular.php file. So we'll go back to our theme over here and we'll create page.php file and single.php file. So we'll just copy these over here, and in single.php we'll type single.php file, and here we will type page.php. So I'll save this and we'll go back to our page and we'll refresh this page. Here we can see that it says page.php over here, and if we go to the post, this is our post, the first post by me, and if we will refresh this, we can see that it says single.php file. So in this way we can have different templates for different types of posts. So this is how a template hierarchy works, and I'll just go ahead and create one more file to explain it to you a little better. So we have our two files over here, and if you go over here, we can see that if we have a singular page, it checks for whether it is a page or whether it is a post, and then it goes over here and checks these different files, and if it is a post, then it will show this page, and if it is a page, it will show this page. And if we want both of these to have the same template file, we will create a singular.php file. So now if you want to have a page to be of a different template, so for example, we'll create a new page, and we'll create a page called about. So we'll just type about over here and we'll publish. And if you click on view this page, here we can see that we have page.php file loaded over here, and if you go to the test page, we have the same page.php file over here, and in our post page we have the single.php file. If you want the about page to have a slightly different style, then we can create a different template file for this specific page. So what we have to do is take note of this slug over here. So we have to create a page. If you go to our WordPress hierarchy, here we can see that we have to create a page, and then dash we have to type the slug, or we can also type the ID over here. So if we go to our dashboard, if we go to the pages, and if I go over here and click on edit, you can see the ID of this page over here. So we can use this ID, or you can just use the about slug over here. So we'll just use the slug about because it is simple to use. So we'll go to our theme, and here we'll create a new file called page-about.php, and we'll also create a new h1, and here we will say this is the page template for about page, and here we will type page-about.php. So we'll save this and we'll go to our website, and we'll just open this page. So we'll go to pages, and we'll go over here and we'll click on view. So here we can see that we have a different template file for our about page, and all the other pages will have this page.php file. So we'll just create one more page, and I'll show you that it will have the page.php file. So we'll just go ahead and create a new page, test2, and we'll just click on publish. So if we'll click on view page, we can see that it uses the page.php file. That's because WordPress sees that it is a page, and it goes over here and looks for the page-test-2.php. So it doesn't find that page, so it goes to page-id, and it doesn't find that page as well, and then it goes to page.php, and if it has that file, then it will show that file over here. So this is basically how WordPress template hierarchy works. So this is really important for our WordPress theme development. So just go through this image and keep note of all these different pages so that we can use them in our custom theme. In this video, we will learn how to display our posts and projects in our website. I have already gone ahead and added some posts. So if I go to posts, we can see that we have a couple of posts over here. If you take a look at one of the posts, we can see that here we have the title, here is the content, and this is an excerpt, and I also have uploaded a featured image, and I have also created some new categories. So just click over here and you can create a new category, and I have assigned some to different categories, and after that you have to just click on this button over here and your post will be saved. These are the different categories. You can also add categories from here, and then I also have added some projects. So if I go to projects, you can see that we have 2 projects over here. I have done the same thing over here, the title, the content and the excerpt, and also the featured image. We don't have any category for our project, so that's basically it. So if you have not added any projects or posts, just go ahead and do it, and after that you will be able to keep up with this tutorial. So let me just go ahead and visit our site. So I'll click on visit site. So here is our website. So we'll just go to the code, and here we have our index page. So we are displaying this text over here. So this is the text index.php, and we have the header that we are getting from our header.php file. This is the content that we have displayed over here, and then we are also getting the footer from this footer.php file. So now what we will do is display our posts in our index file. So whenever we go to this page over here, the titles of all the posts should be displayed over here. We'll just delete this index.php. We can see that we have the header and the footer. So now we'll go ahead and get back into PHP mode. Now whenever you want to display your posts on your website, you have to create a loop for it. So we'll type while, and there's a function in WordPress called have posts. So we'll type have posts, and inside that we have to type a function called the post, and now we have all the posts retrieved in our website. Now what we'll do is just echo hi. So we have 6 posts in our website, so hi should be displayed 6 times. We'll just also add a line break. So we'll go to our website and we'll refresh. So here we can see that we have hi displayed 6 times, which means that our loop is working. Instead of hi, we will display the titles of all our posts. So here we will get back into the HTML mode. So we'll close the PHP mode and we will open it here again. And what we'll do is here we will create an S3, and inside that we'll get back into the PHP mode, and there's a WordPress function called the title, which displays the current title. So when we type the title over here, what happens is that it loops through all the posts, and it will find the title of each post and display it on our screen. So just save this and refresh our page, and we can see that we have the titles of all the posts displayed over here. Now in the same way, we'll also display the excerpt down here. So the excerpt of all our posts will be displayed under our title. So we'll go back to our code, and after the h3 we will get back into PHP, and here we will type the excerpt. And if I save this and refresh our page, we can see that our excerpts are displayed on the screen. Now what we'll do is include these headings inside an anchor tag, so that when you click on these titles, you'll be taken to that post. We'll just go ahead and create an anchor tag over here, and for our link here we can use a WordPress function. It is called the permalink. So the permalink, and we'll just cut this and paste it after our h3. Now whenever the title is clicked, the user should be taken to that particular post. So just save this and refresh our page. So we have these titles displayed over here, and we also have the link. If you take a look at the bottom left corner of the screen, you can see the link of each of these posts. So this has a different link, this has a different link, so each of these posts has a different link. So we'll just click on one of these posts, and here we can see that it takes us to the single.php page. It is not displaying the post because we haven't coded it yet. Now we'll go ahead and code our single.php page. We'll go to our Visual Studio Code, and we'll go to our single.php file, and we'll just remove this. Now to display our post, we have to write it inside the famous while loop. So we'll get back into our PHP mode, and here we will type while have posts, and then we will type the post. Now in our single.php page, we want to have the title, the author, and we'll also display our featured image and the content. We'll also have our comment form, so we'll display all those things over here. So first of all, we'll display the title. So we'll get back into the HTML mode, and here we'll type h2, then get back into the PHP mode, and we have to type the title just as we did in our index.php page. Now here we will type posted by, and we'll get back into PHP mode and just type the author. Now the next thing we need to have is the featured image, so we'll type img, and for our source we have to give the URL of our featured image. So we have to get back into the PHP mode, and we have to echo the URL over here. So we have a function called get the post thumbnail URL, which will give us the URL for our featured image. So we'll type get the post thumbnail URL, and in that we have to specify the ID of the post. So to get the ID of the post, we have a method called get the ID. So that's it for the URL. We'll also close this over here, and now we'll display the content and the comment form. We will get back into the PHP mode, and we'll type the content and comment form. So that's basically it for our single.php page. Now we'll just save this and refresh our browser. Here we can see that we have the title, the author, and we also have the featured image and the content and also the comment form. So this is basically how you retrieve the posts from the WordPress database. Now we'll see how to write a customized WordPress query. So we'll go back to our VS Code, and we'll open our index.php file, and to write a customized query you need to create a variable. So we'll create a variable called we'll name it blog posts, and then we have to type new WP query, and in that we have to have some arguments. It should be an array, so we'll create the array over here. If you have no idea about arrays in PHP, you can watch my PHP tutorial video, which I will link in the description below. And here we'll create an associative array. We have so many different options over here. So first of all, we have the option of deciding which type of post we want to display. So if we type project over here, our projects will be displayed. Now we also have to type this variable name in front of this method over here. So we'll type blog posts, and we will have an arrow and blog post over here. And now if we'll save this, we can see that our projects are being displayed on our screen. Now there are so many different options over here. We can also specify the number of posts to be displayed on the screen. So we'll just change this to post, and here we can type posts per page, and we can type any number over here. We'll just type 3, and we'll just save this, and if we refresh our page, we can see that 3 posts are displayed on our screen. So these are the basics of how to get our posts from the WordPress database. So we'll just click on this title over here. We can see the post displayed over here. We'll just go back and click on this post, and we have this post displayed over here. In this video, we are going to design the front page of our website. In the previous video, I have shown you how to fetch the posts and projects into your web page. But in this video, we will use this knowledge and create our complete front page. So if you go over to the website, this is the website that we had designed earlier in the course. So this is completely designed using HTML and CSS and a little bit of JavaScript. So now we are going to make our WordPress website, this page over here, exactly the same as this. So we have a lot to do, so let's get started. So I'll go to the source file of this project over here. So this is the HTML and the CSS that we have. So first of all, I'm going to copy some of the images from this img folder. So we want the logo, the search icon, and one of these images for this header image over here, and we'll just copy them from here and we'll paste it in our WordPress project, and we'll create a new folder and we'll name it img, and in that we'll paste these three images. Now we'll go back to our website. By default in WordPress, the index.php page is the one which gets loaded when you go to the root of the website. But what we want to have is a separate page called front page. That is because we want to make some customizations to our page, like we want to add this background image over here. We want to have 2 blogs displayed and 2 projects displayed at the same time, and we also have this separate section over here. So we need to create a separate page in our WordPress website. So we'll go to our dashboard and we'll create 2 different pages, one for the front page and the other for the blog index page. So we'll go to pages and we'll just remove these pages. And we'll create a new page called home, and we're not going to have any content over here. We'll do all that in our PHP file. So we'll just publish this, and we'll create one more page called blog, and we'll publish it. So now we have 2 pages, home and blog. Now what you have to do is go to settings and click on reading, and instead of displaying your latest posts, you have to click on a static page. So we'll click on this static page, and for the home page we'll select the page that we created called home, and for the post page we'll select the blog page. So that's all for the settings. We'll just save these settings. Okay, now what happens is that WordPress will check for a file called frontpage.php, and if it finds that file, it will display that file as the home page. So if we refresh our page right now, we are gonna get page.php over here. That's because our front page is being triggered and we don't have any front page right now. So we'll just go to our Visual Studio, and here we'll create a new file and we'll name it frontpage.php, and we'll just type something over here, hi from front page, and we'll save it and we'll see whether it is working. And here we can see that hi from front page is displayed over here. So we know that front page is displayed as the main page of our website. Now we'll just copy all the CSS we have from our design. So we'll go to our design that we had created using HTML, CSS and JavaScript. So we'll just open this with a different text editor, and these are the styles that we had created when we were designing this web page. So we'll just copy everything from here and we'll paste it in our style.css file in our WordPress project. So below our information over here, we'll just copy all the styles and we'll save it, and then we will also copy our JavaScript. So open this with the Sublime Text, and we'll just copy everything and go to Visual Studio Code and open our JS file, and we'll just copy it and save this. Now what we'll do is we'll go to our design, and we'll copy the code from index.html to our front page. So I'll just copy everything, and we'll go to the front page, and we'll paste this over here, and we'll save this. We just check out our website and see how it looks right now. So here we can see that we have our index.html copied over here, but we don't have the styles applied, and we also don't have the images. So we'll just fix that right now. So what we'll do is copy everything from right here. So we'll copy everything from above the banner, and then we'll cut this and we'll paste it in our header.php. And we'll do the same with our footer. So we just copy this from here to here, and we'll just cut it, and we'll paste it in our footer.php file. I have already shown you how to add footer and header to your WordPress website. So I will just remove this from here, and I will add this code over here, that is WP footer. So this is gonna bring my script file over here, and for our header we're gonna remove all these things from here to here, and we are gonna replace it with a WordPress function called WP head. I have already shown how to do this in my previous videos, so if you haven't watched it, please watch it. And now we'll go to our front page, and here we have to import our footer and our header into the front page. So we'll write get footer over here, and here we will type get header, and we'll save this, and let's see how our website is looking right now. So here we can see that we have our CSS applied over here. Now first of all, we'll fix this logo over here. So we'll go to our VS Code, and we'll go to the header.php file, and we'll search for where the image is being loaded. So here we can see that we are loading the image from img logo.png. So here we have to give the path of the root of our website. So here we'll go into PHP mode, and here we will type echo get template directory URI. So using this function you can get the root of your WordPress website. So now it should work. So we'll go to our website and we'll refresh it. Here we can see that our logo is working. Now we'll also fix our links over here. So here we will go back into the PHP mode, and here we will type echo site URL. This will give me the root URL of my website. So I'll just copy this, and over here we will type /blog, and here we will type /projects, and here /about, and here we will have the root URL. Here we will type /blog. Here we will have projects, and at last we will have the about link. So that's it for our header.php. Now we'll go to our front page.php and we'll start coding this page up. So for our link over here, we'll just paste it and we will type /blog. And now inside our section we will create a while loop. We had done this in our previous video where we created a while loop and we fetched all our posts and projects. So we'll do the exact same thing over here. So we want to have some custom queries. So we'll first of all create an array. We'll type post type and it should be posts per page, and there should be 2 posts per page. And then we'll create a new variable and we'll name it blog posts, and we'll create it as a new WP query object, and we'll pass in the arguments. And now we'll create the while loop. We'll just put a semicolon over here, and in our while loop we will access the havePost method inside our blog posts object, and here we will type blog posts the post. Now inside our while loop we will have this card, and we'll just make some changes over here. We had done this in our previous video. So for our link we will type a method called the permalink, and for our image source, and we'll type echo get the post thumbnail URL, and for the ID we will say get the ID, and for our link over here we will type the permalink. Okay, now for the title we will have a WordPress function, the title, and for the content over here we will type the excerpt, but we want to have a consistent size of our card, so we need to limit all the excerpt to just 30 characters. So we have a function in WordPress called WP trim words. So we can pass this excerpt into our function. So we have to have a different function over here. So we have to have a function called get the excerpt. So now this excerpt will be passed to this function, and then we have to set the number of characters we want it to be limited. So that's it for our excerpt. And at last over here we want to have the link. So just type PHP the permalink. So that's basically it for our blog section. So we'll just delete the second one over here, and before our section ends we will reset our query, because it's a good practice to reset our query if you have used a custom query, so that we don't have any problems down in our file. So we'll type WP reset query. We will add this inside a PHP. So that's basically it for our blog section. So we'll just go to our website and see whether it is working, and we can see that we have the title and the excerpt displayed, but we only have one post over here. We are supposed to have 2 posts over here, and we also don't have the image displayed over here. So we'll just go to our VS Code and check what is the problem. So here we have closed our bracket right here. We have to close it down here. So that was the problem. Now we will see why the image is not being displayed. So here we can see that we have called the get the ID method, but we haven't written parentheses over here, so that was the problem. So we'll just save this and we'll check whether it is working now. Here we can see that our posts are being displayed, and so that's basically it with our blog posts. Now we'll work with our projects. Now for our projects we are gonna basically have almost the same code. So we just copy this from here to here and we'll paste it in place of these two projects. Now we have to make some changes over here. So here we will change the name of this variable to projects, and we will do the same thing over here. And in place of post we will type project. So this is the post type that we want now, and all these things are basically the same. So I think that's basically it for our projects. We'll just save it and we'll see whether it is working. So if we go down over here, we can see that we have the two projects displayed over here, and this section is static and we don't have to do anything. So everything is working fine. We have the projects being displayed. We also have the latest blog post displayed. We have the images and logo, and everything is working fine. So basically we have everything working in our front page. In this video we are going to create the blogs index page and the projects index page, and then we are also going to fix this menu over here, so that when we go to the blogs index page we want this item to be highlighted with the pink color, and the same goes with all the other menu items. So let's get started. Now let's go to our blogs page. So we'll click on this menu item, and we can see that we have these three posts over here. Let's see where we are getting this info from. So we'll go to our code editor, and here we can see that we are getting the data from index.php page. So we'll just go ahead and delete everything, and we'll just type index.php and we'll save it, and we'll see whether it is reflecting in our page. So I'll refresh this page, and here we can see that we get index.php printed. So it means that everything that is inside the index.php file is printed in our blogs section. Now we'll go to the projects section, and we can see that the same file is also powering the projects section. So first of all we'll start designing the blogs page. So we'll go to our Visual Studio Code, and we'll copy everything from the front page.php, because everything is gonna be almost the same. So we'll just copy everything from there and we'll paste it in our index.php file. And here we have to remove some things from here. So we'll remove the banner, because we don't need a banner in the blogs index page, and then we need to remove the project section. So just select from here, and we'll also remove the source section. So we'll delete both these sections. So if I save it and if I go to the blog page, you can see that we get two of the blogs listed over here. So what we want in our blogs index page is that we want more than two blog posts displayed, and we also want a pagination over here, so that if we are displaying 10 posts per page, we want to go to the next page using the pagination. So we'll go to our code. Now we don't want this custom query over here, because we are already displaying the blogs, because it is the blogs page. So we don't need this, and we also don't need post per page as 2. So I'll just delete these lines of code, and we also have to delete this. Now we'll save this and we'll refresh our page. So here we can see that we are getting all the posts from our website displayed over here. Now first of all, we'll apply a different class for our heading because the heading is below this now bar, and then we also need to add a metadata over here. So let's go to our code and we'll change this class to page heading, and if I save this and if I refresh my page, we can see that our heading is displayed over here. Now below our title we need to have the card metadata, so we'll create a new division with a class name of card meta, and here we'll type posted by, and then we will get into the PHP mode and we'll type the author. So this function is gonna get the author of the particular post, and then we'll type on, and we have to specify the date over here. So we have a function called the time, so we'll type the time over here, and in here we can specify the format of our time. So we'll type fj, y, and after that we have to specify the category, so we'll type in, and it should be inside a link. We'll create an anchor tag, and in here we will get back into the PHP mode, and here we will type echo get the category list, and we have to type the separator, so we'll separate it with a comma. And that's it for our card metadata. So we'll just save it and we'll refresh our page. So here we can see that we have our blogs displayed over here, and we also have the card metadata. We'll also put a space in between, so we'll go back over here, and here we will type a space. So now we will look at how to create a pagination for our page. So for that we'll go to the dashboard of our WordPress website, and here we'll go to settings and then click on reading, and here we can change the number of posts to be displayed on the blog index page. So we'll just change this to 2, and we'll save the changes, and if we refresh this page we can see that 2 of our blog posts are displayed over here. And now here we can add the pagination. So we'll go back to our Visual Studio Code. Now after the section over here we'll create a new division, and we'll give it a class name of pagination, and here we have to just type echo paginate links, and that's it. So we'll save it and we'll refresh our page. So here we can see that our pagination is displayed over here. We can go to the next page over here, and we get to see the next 2 posts. If we'll go to the next page we can see the next 2 posts, and here also in our URL we can see we have a different address for our different pages. So that's basically how pagination is used in our pages. Now if we go to the projects, we can see that all the projects are displayed over here, and we don't need to use any custom queries because WordPress determines which type of post should be shown based on the URL over here. So it says projects over here, so all the projects will be displayed over here, and if we have blog in the URL, all the blogs will be displayed over here. So we'll go to our projects, and we need to make some minor changes over here. We don't have a category for our project, so we have to delete the in from here, and we also need to change this title over here. So let's see how to do that. So right now this page over here is powered by the index.php file. So if you want to have a different template for this page over here, then we have to create a new file in our project. We can create a file called archive.php, and we can use that file to be a template for this page. So we'll go ahead to Visual Studio, and here we will create a new file and we'll name it archive.php, and we'll just type archive.php over here just to test whether it is working. So here we can see that archive.php is working, and if we go to the blog page, we have the index.php file powering it, and if we go to the projects, we have the archive.php file powering it. So we'll go to our index.php and we'll just copy everything from here and we'll paste it in the archive.php file, and we'll make the necessary changes over here. For the page heading, we can type all projects over here. We can see all projects is displayed over here, but there is one more function in WordPress called the archive title. We'll see how that works. So we'll go into PHP mode, and here we will type the archive title. We can see that it displays archives and then the type of the archive. So we can use this same title for all the other archives that we have. So now we'll change the metadata, and we will remove everything from in because we don't want to have the categories. Now we'll just refresh this page and see whether it is working. So here we have the correct metadata, and we also have the correct heading. Now the archives can be for dates, months, year, or author, or categories, or things like that. So we'll go to the blogs list page, and if we click on one of these categories, if we click on this app dev, we can see that everything inside the app dev category is displayed over here. We can see category app dev is displayed over here, and if we go ahead and click on motivation, all the posts related to motivation are displayed over here. So these are archives. Now if we want to have a completely different archive for our projects, we don't want archive projects displayed over here, we want all projects displayed. So let's see how we can do that. We'll go to our Visual Studio Code, and we have to create a new file, and we have to name it archive dash and then the type of the archive. So our archive is of projects, so we have to type archive-project.php. Now if I'll type hi over here, and if I refresh, we can see that archive-project.php is powering this page. So we'll just go ahead and we'll copy everything from the archive.php, and here we will change the title to all projects. So now if we go to the projects page, we can see all projects is the title, and we have these projects displayed, and we also have the other archives over here like the categories, and the archive.php file is powering this page over here. And for our blog index page, the index.php file is powering that, and for our projects, the archive-project.php file is powering this. Now the last thing to do is fix our navigation bar. So we'll go to our Visual Studio Code, and we'll open the header.php file, and here we have to apply the active class to different list items depending on the page that we are on. So what we'll do is remove this class active from here, and inside the anchor tag we will go into the PHP mode. So there's a WordPress function called isFrontPage. If we are on the front page, then it returns true. So we'll type if is front page, and if that is true, then we want to echo class active. So that's it for the front page. Now we'll just copy this, and now we'll go to the next list item. So here inside our anchor tag, we'll just paste it, and now for this we have a different function. So it is called get post type. So we just cut this, and here we will type get post type, and we'll say post over here. So now if we are on a blog post, then we will echo class active on this list item over here, and we'll just copy this from here, and we'll do the same thing over here, and instead of post we will type project. Now for the next list item, we have a different function called is page. So this is not a post type, it is a page, so we have to use that function over here. So we'll type is page, and here we have to type the name of our page. So if it is the about page, then we will echo class active on the about menu item. So that's basically it for the active class. So we'll just save everything and we'll see whether it is working. So here we can see that we are on the projects page, and we get the projects menu item highlighted over here. If we go into one of these projects, the same thing is highlighted over here. If you go to the about page, we have the about menu item highlighted. We'll go to the blogs page, we have everything working correctly. And at last, if we go to the home page, we have the home menu item active over here. In this video, we are going to create this about page and the single blog post page, that is this page over here. So let's get started. First of all, we'll go to the dashboard and see what we have in the about page. So we'll go to pages, and we'll click on edit in the about page. So here we have the title, that is about, and we have the about description over here. So we'll just go to this site lipsum.com, and we'll just copy some lorem ipsum text, and we'll paste it over here. And we also need to have a featured image. So I'll just grab one of these images. So I'll just grab this image, and I will click on set featured image. So now we have the about page. We'll just update it. Alright, now if we take a look at the page, we'll just click on view page. We can see that this is how our page looks right now, because we haven't designed it correctly. So we'll go to our Visual Studio Code, and we have this file called page-about.php. so whatever is in here will be printed on the about page. So we'll just type hi from about page, and we'll just go to the about page once more, and here we can see the text displayed over here. So we know that page-about.php is powering the about page, and now we'll check which page is powering the blog post page. We will go to one of these blog posts, and if you go over here, and if we make some changes in the single.php, and here we'll type hello 123, and if I refresh this page, we can see that single.php page is powering the blog post page. So we are going to be working with those two pages in this tutorial. So first of all, let's work with the about page. So we'll go to our code editor, and here we have a file called page-about.php, and we also have a file called page.php. So we don't need to have a separate page for our about page. So we'll just get rid of this file. and we'll just work with page.php. So if I type this, here we can see that page.php is powering the about page. So what I will do is go to the design of our website. So this is the about.html that we have designed. So I'll just open it in Sublime Text. So we'll just copy everything from this heading over here to the end of this division post container. So just copy it and we'll paste it in our page.php file. And before this we have to get the header. So we'll just go into PHP mode and we'll type get header, and at the end we need to have the footer. So here we'll type get footer. Now we'll go to the page and see the changes. So if I refresh this, we can see that we have the about design displayed over here. So now we need to display the actual data inside the about page. So we'll go to VS Code, and here first of all we need to have a loop for fetching all our posts. So we will type while have posts, and here we'll type the post. So we are going to delete this bracket from here, and we're going to paste it after the section. So we'll get back into PHP mode over here and we'll just close the bracket. Now we'll make the necessary changes over here. So first of all, in the title we need to have the title that is displayed in the post. So we will go into PHP mode and here we will type the title. So this is gonna fetch the title of our post. Now here we need to display the featured image. We'll write that inside an if condition because we are creating this for a generic page, and we'll assume that there will be pages with no featured images. So we will just create an if condition, and we have a function called has post thumbnail. So this returns true or false. So if we have a post thumbnail, then we need to display the image, and we will end the if condition after the card image division. Now we need to get the URL of the post thumbnail over here. So we'll just delete this from here, and instead we will go into PHP mode, and here we will type echo, and we have a function called get the post thumbnail URL. So here we have to provide the ID of the post. So to get the ID we have a function called get the ID. So it will get the ID of the current post. So that's it for the image. Now for the description we need to have just one function called the content. So I'll just delete everything from here, and here I will type the content. So that's it for the about page. We'll go to the about page and refresh our page, and here we can see we have the design of the about page over here, but we have a slight problem. That is, in the original design we had the about page inside this main container over here, but now we have the about page with 100% width. So now we'll see how to fix that. So we'll go to our code editor, and we have to go to the header.php file for this, and over here we need to write some more code. So if it is not the front page, we need to have main. So if you go to the source code over here, we can see that we have this main over here, and for the front page we don't have the main. So here we'll create an if condition, and we have a function called is front page. So I'll type the negative of is front page with an exclamation mark. So I'll just close the PHP right here, and here I will type main and open PHP over here, and in the footer.php we need to close the main, So we already have main closed over here, so we'll just go back to the about page and see whether we have the changes. So here we can see we have the about page just as we wanted. Alright, that's it for the about page. Now we will take a look at the single.php file. But before that, we need to fix some design problems that we have. So if we go to the blog's index page, we can see that we have a smaller width of the container, and if we go to the original design, we can see that we have a larger container. So we'll go to our code editor, and we have to remove the extra main from some of our files. We'll start with the archive project file. We have this main over here, but we have written some code in our header.php file where we say that if it is not the front page, main should be automatically included over here. So we can remove this main from here, and in the same way we'll open the archive.php file and we'll remove this main. And there's also an extra main in the index.php file, so we'll remove this main as well. So now I'll save everything, and we'll take a look at the design. So I'll just refresh this page, and we can see we have the same width that we needed. So that fixes our design problems. Now we'll also fix this setting where we display only 2 blogs at a time. We did that just for checking the pagination, and we know that now it is working, so we'll just change it back to say 10. So we'll go to settings and click on reading, and here we will change this to 10, and we'll click on save. Now we can see we have 10 blog posts displayed over here. So now let's get started with the blog post page. So if you go to this page, we have hello123 written over here, that is coming from this single.php file. So we'll go to the design source code, and we'll copy this blog post.html code from here. So I'll just open it with Sublime Text, and we'll just copy everything from here and paste it in the single.php file. And we'll just remove the footer and add our PHP code. So I'll select everything from here, and we'll delete it, and we'll just write get footer, and we'll also remove this heading from here and till our main. So we'll just remove everything, and here we will type get header. Alright, so we'll just check our page and see what is going on. So here we can see our blog post page. Alright, so now we'll make the necessary changes for our page. Now for retrieving the data from WordPress, we need to write the while loop. So here we will type while have posts, and then we will write the post, and we have to close this bracket after the section. So right here we will get back into PHP mode, and we'll close the bracket. So now we'll make the changes to the content. So here we will type the title, and here we have to type the metadata. So we already have it typed in our index.php file, so we'll just copy it from there. So we'll copy these 2 lines of code inside the card meta division, and we'll paste it inside here. And for the image also we have the code over here. So we'll just copy this, and we'll paste it inside here. Alright, now for the description here, we'll just delete this and we will type the content. So that's basically it for the blog post content. So we'll just go to our page and we'll refresh this page, and here we can see we have the title, we have the metadata, and we also have the image and the content. Now we'll work with the comments section. Now inside the comments section, here we will call a WordPress function. So the function is called comment form. Now if we refresh our page, we can see that we get a comment form over here. Now I'll just log out from the admin so that we can see the whole comment form. Here we can see we have the comment, the name, email and website, and we have this button over here. So we'll just type a comment and we'll just type some name over here, and we'll type an email ID over here, and the website is not compulsory, so we'll just post the comment. Now we have posted the comment, but it is not displayed over here. If you will go to the dashboard, and we'll go to the dashboard over here, and here we can see we have a notification for the comment, and here we see we have this comment over here for this blog post, and we have to click on approve to approve the comment. We can see that the comment is not displayed over here. So let's go to our code editor and see how we can display the comments. Here we have to write some more lines of code for displaying the comments. So first of all, we'll create a variable called comments number. So this is for checking whether we have any comments. So we'll type a function called get comments number, and then we'll check whether we have any comments. If comments number is not equal to 0, then we will display something over here. So we'll close the PHP mode, and inside here we will type some HTML code. So we'll create a division with the class name of comments, and inside that we will have an S3, and here we will type what others say, and then we'll have an ordered list for all the comments, and we'll give it a class of all comments. Now inside here we'll go into the PHP mode. Now here we'll call a function and store the result inside a variable named comments. We'll type get comments, and for the parameters we'll have an array, and for the key we will have post ID. So this represents the ID of the post. So here we will type post ID. So this will get the ID of the post. And then we also have status. We will type approve over here, so all the comments that are approved will be displayed. Now we have to call another function called WP list comments, and in that we have to have two parameters. One is an array. Now there are many customizations that you can do over here, but I'll just type per page. That will determine how many comments should be displayed per page. So we'll just set it to 15, and for the next parameter we will type this variable name over here, comments. Alright, so now we'll go to the page and refresh the page, and here we can see we have the comment displayed over here. We'll just add a reply. Thanks, and we'll post the comment, and here we can see we have the comment and here we have the reply. So this is basically the comment section. We'll just log out for now. Now here we have the comment form, and we'll see how to customize this comment form. So first of all, We'll go to Google and just type comment form WordPress, and you will get this website codex.wordpress.org. Just go to the website. So just go down here, and we have so many different options that we can apply for the comments, but we'll go down over here and we'll search for an example. So here we have an example for styling our comment fields. So we'll just copy this from here and we'll paste it in the single.php file. So before our comment form, we'll go ahead and paste those lines of code. Now we'll make some minor changes over here. So we'll remove this label from here. We don't want the label, we will just have a placeholder. So we'll remove these 3 lines of code. Here we will add one more attribute, that is the placeholder, and we'll set the placeholder as name. So we'll do the same with the email. We'll remove the label, and for the input we'll have a placeholder email, and we'll remove the URL field. So we'll just delete this from here. Now this is the fields array. Now we'll create one more variable, and we'll name it args, and we will have an array for this as well. So we are going to pass this variable to the comment form function. So we'll type args over here, and if you go back to the web page, we can see that there are many different options that we can have for our comment form function. So here there are ID form, class form, and all those things. We can also change the title reply. We can change this to anything we want, and there are so many different options over here, but we are going to use 3 of these options, that is the title reply, then we'll use the comment field option, and we'll also use the fields option, that is down here, and we will pass our variable that we had created. So let's get going. So first of all, we'll type title reply, and for that we will type share your thoughts. So it will be printed on our comment field, and then we will type fields, and for the fields we have created this array, and we are going to pass this variable over here. Now we'll type comment field, and for the comment field we'll go back to the web page, and we'll just copy this text area from here, and we'll also add one more attribute, that is the placeholder. Now we'll also have one more item for this array, that is the comment notes before. So we'll go back to the web page, and we'll copy this, and we'll end the paragraph over here, and we'll just remove this, and here we will type your email address will not be published, all fields are required. So that's basically it for the comment field. Now we'll go back to the web page and see whether we have the changes. So here we can see the comment, we have the name, and we have the email field. We don't have the URL field, and we have successfully customized the comment form. Now it's time for us to style our comment section. So we'll go back to the code editor, and we'll open style.css file, and after this we will start styling the comment section. So I'll just fast forward me styling the comment section. So here we can see our comment fields. Now we will style the comment list. So here we can see we have styled our comment list, and we will make some minor changes to the input. So we'll search for input, and we will change this padding to 8 pixels and 16 pixels. So here we can see we have our comment list styled. Now if we come over here, we can see that we have a little gap over here. So we'll just check what it is. So we'll go to inspect, and we'll go inside form, and here we can see we have an extra paragraph. So if I delete it, we have that gap removed over here. So we'll just check in our source code. Here we'll go to single.php, and here we can see we have this extra ending paragraph tags. So we will remove these two from here. So we'll save this, and we will see whether it works. And here we can see we have the comment fields styled correctly. Now that's it for the comment section. Now we have a little problem over here, that is the search input has a greater height than these inputs. So we'll go back to the code editor, and in style.css we will search for search box, and we'll change this input to 32. So here we can see we have the search box with the correct height. So that's basically it for this video. In this video we have seen how to create this single.php file where we are showing the single blog post, and we have also created the comment section, and we see that it is working correctly. In this video, we're going to create the sidebar and the search for our website. So let's get started. First of all, let's fix some things in our website. So if you go to one of these projects, I'll just click on this project. And here we can see in our metadata, it says posted by admin, and then we have the in, and then we don't have anything. That is because we don't have any categories in our project. But we have categories in our posts. So if you click on a post, we can see the categories are displayed over here. So what we want to do is, we don't want to display the in our project's single page. So we will go to the single.php file. Now we will include this whole line of code inside an if condition. So let's just bring it down, and we will type if, and we have a function called getPostType, and we will see whether the post type is a blog post. So we'll check it over here, and we'll type post over here, and if it is a blog post, then we want to display the in, and we will end the if bracket over here. So that's it for the project single page. So if you go to our website, and if you refresh this, we can see that we don't have an in over here, and if we go to blogs, here we can see the categories. Now the next thing that we want to do is when we click on the image, this logo over here, we want to go to the main page. So we'll go to the header.php file, and we'll just copy this segment of code, and I will paste it over here. Okay, now if we refresh our page, and now if we click on the logo, we get redirected to the front page. And now the last thing we need to do is add links to this footer. So we'll go to footer.php file, and here we will add the links. This is the home page, and for the about page we will type /about over here. Now for the privacy policy, we will have the page as privacy-policy, and for the blogs we have a page called /blog, and here we will have /projects, and here we have contact. So that's it for the footer. Now the next thing we want to fix is that if you go to the projects index page, and here we can see we have a heading over here, and if we click on that, we'll be taken to the all blogs page. So we'll go to the index.php file, and we'll just remove the anchor tag from here, and we'll do the same thing with the archive and the archive project. Now we'll go to the website, and here we can see we don't have any links over here. The same goes with the categories archive. So now let's get started by creating the sidebar. Now the first thing to do when we create a sidebar is register the sidebar in our functions.php file. So if you go to the dashboard, and if you hover over appearances, we want a widgets menu over here. So we'll go to functions.php file, and down here we'll create a comment, and we'll create a function called GTWidgets, and we have a WordPress method called register sidebar, and in that we have to pass an array. So we'll have some values inside the array. So for the name, we will give it a name of main sidebar, and for the ID, it should be main sidebar, and before title, and for that we will type h3, and after title we will close it over here. Now we'll call a function called add action, and we'll type widgets init, and then the name of our function. Now let's save this, and if we go to our dashboard, and if we refresh our page, if we go to the appearances, we can see we have some more things over here. So we'll go to widgets, and here we can see our sidebar. Now here you can drag and drop anything you want into the main sidebar. So we'll just add some things to our sidebar. For the categories, we will type the title as categories, and we have so many different options over here. And let's see what else we can add. We can add the recent posts. We even have the option of setting the number of posts, so we'll just set it to 3. So now we'll go to our website, and if we go to one of the blog posts, here we can see that the sidebar is not displayed over here. So for that, we'll go to our single.php file, and down here, instead of this, we will have a WordPress function, and the function is called dynamic sidebar. And here we have to type the ID of the sidebar. So our ID is main sidebar. So now if I save this, and if we refresh our page, we can see that our sidebar is displayed over here. Now we'll add the search box to our sidebar. So we'll go to the dashboard, and here if you scroll down, here we have the search box. We'll just drag it onto our sidebar, and we will type search over here. Here we can see we have the search box. Now let's go ahead and customize our search box. So for that, we have to create a new file in our project called searchform.php. Now in our search form, we have to keep some things in mind when we are creating it. So first of all, we'll create the form, and in our form we need to set the method as get, and for the action we have to set it to the home page of our website. So we'll type home URL. Alright, now we will code the input. So for the input also, we have some things to keep in mind. So we'll set the type as search, and we have to set the name of the input as S, and we'll also add a placeholder, and we'll type search here, and then we can set the value. So for the value, we will set it to the search query that the user just searched for. So for that, you have to type php echo get search query. So that's it for the input, and then we'll create one more input for the submit button, and we will set the ID as search btn, and then we'll also set the value to blank because we want to set an icon for the search button. So here we can see the search form, and here we have the search button. Now let's style the sidebar. So we'll go to style.css file, and we'll search for sidebar. So here we will start styling our sidebar. So first of all, we will style the anchor tags, and we will set the color to DDD. Now we'll style the LIs inside our sidebar, and we'll set the margin to 8 pixels and 0, and set the list style to none. Now we'll style the LI inside the LI, and we will set the margin left to -16 pixels. Now we'll style the inputs, and we will set the width to 100% and the height to 42 pixels. Now let's check how our sidebar looks right now. So here we can see our styles are applied. Now we will continue styling the sidebar, and we will style the form, and we will set the position to relative. Now I'll just add some styles for our button. So that's it for the button. Now we'll just check our website. So here we can see our search bar, and we have the sidebar all styled correctly. Now let's test our search. So we'll just type something over here, and if we click on search, we can see we have the search result right here. Let's search for something else. We'll just type A and search for it. So here are all the results with A in it. So we know that the search is really working. Now let's search for something that is not in the website, and let's see what gets displayed. And if I click on search, we see that we have a blank space over here. So now let's customize this page, and if we don't have any results, let's post some message over here, and if we have the results, then let's post the result. So to customize our search result page, we have to create a file called search.php. So we'll go to VS Code, and here we'll create a new file and we'll name it search.php. So whatever you type over here will be displayed in the search result page. So we'll just type hi from search result page, and if you go over here and if you search for something, so if you search this over here, we get the text from our search.php file. So now let's go ahead and start customizing our search result page. Now the search.php file is almost similar to our index.php file. So we'll just go to index.php file and we'll just copy everything from here and we'll paste it over here, and we'll make some changes. So here for the heading, we will just change this to search results for, and then we'll display the search query. So for that we have a function called get search query. Now in the metadata we need to add an if condition for our categories, just as we did with the single.php file. So we'll go to the single.php file and we'll copy these 3 lines of code, and we'll paste it in our search.php file. Now if we search on our website right now, we get the results for everything that we have in our website. So for the about pages, for the privacy policy, and everything will be included in the search results. So for example, if we go to the about page and we'll just copy this some things from here, and we'll just search for it. And here we can see the about page is also displayed in the search. But what we want in our website is that we want to display only the results from blogs and projects. So now let's see how we can do that. So we'll go to the functions.php file and we will add some filters for our search, and we'll create a new function and we'll name it search filter, and we have to pass an argument. So if query is search, so this says that if we are searching for something, then we have to set some things in our query. So we will say query set, and we will type post type, and then we'll create an array and we will type post and project. So now we have set the post types for our search results. Now we'll call a function called add filter. We will type pre-get posts and then the name of our function. Now let's go to our website and we'll just refresh this page, and here we can see we don't get any search results because we don't have this term in our blogs or projects. Now let's deal with the situation where the search term is not in our website and we get a blank screen. So we'll go to the search.php file, and before the section starts we will write a line of code. So here we will type if have posts, and then we will open our bracket over here, and after the section closes, here we will go back into PHP mode and we'll close the bracket, and here we will type else echo no results found. We'll change this to something else, but for now let's check and see whether it is working. So if you search for anything random over here, we see that we get this no results found text displayed over here. Now let's go ahead and customize this message. So we'll go to our code editor, and here we will type some HTML code. First of all, we'll create a division with the class name of no results, and then we will have an h2, and here we'll type couldn't find anything, and then we'll create an s3, and we'll create one more s3, and then we'll create a ul, and inside that we'll have some links for the user, and we'll just duplicate this. So let's see if this is displayed when we don't have any search results. Now here we have the no results division. Now let's style it. So we'll go to style.css. So let's check out our page. So we have our no results page styled. Now the last thing we need to do is get this search form to work, and we also have to deal with the mobile search box. So let's just log out of our admin. So here we have our website, and if I click on this icon, we get this search input over here. Now let's go to our header.php file. Now here in our mobile navigation, we will replace this li with a new division. We will give it a class of search box slide menu. So here we will call a WordPress method get search form, and we'll just copy this, and we'll go down here, and instead of this input box we will paste our search form code. Now let's style it. Now here in our style.css file, we will search for the search box ID. Below this we will start styling our search box. Alright, so now we have completed the search box for the desktop version. Now we will style the mobile version. So if you go down over here, we have already styled some things over here. So the slide out menu, and we will add some lines of code. So first of all, we will target the form, and we will set the position to relative, and for the input we will set the width to 100%, and then we need to style the slide out menu search button. So this is almost the same as the desktop version, so we will just add it over here. And for the hover also we'll do the same. Alright, so now let's check our website. So we'll refresh our page, and if we click on this icon, we see our search input, and we have the buttons also working correctly. Now we will open the mobile version, and if I click on this icon, we can see the search box here, and we need to set the height of this to 48 pixels, and let's do that now. So we'll go down here, and in our slide out menu input, here we will add height to 48 pixels. We'll save this, and we will see whether it is working. And here we can see our mobile navigation and the search box. Let's search for something. So here we have the search results. We'll also check the desktop version. and here we have the search results. In this video, we're going to create a contact form for our WordPress website. We have already installed a plugin called Contact Form 7 in one of our previous videos. If you haven't installed it, you can go to Plugins, click on Add New, and search for Contact Form 7. So after you have installed, you will get a tab called Contact. So go ahead and click on Add New. So this is a contact form. First of all, we'll name our contact form. And here we have different things that we can edit. So here we have a text field for our name and email, subject, and things like that. You can also make changes to the titles, and you can also change this text over here. I'll just leave it as it is, and then if you go to mail, we have different options over here. So in the to field, you have to set the mail ID where you want to send the email, and in the from field you can add your own email ID or the email ID from your website, and then you can set the subject and message body and so on. And then you also have a tab called messages, where you can customize the messages for different situations. So after you have done all these things, just click on save. And here we can see our contact form has been saved, and we have this short code over here. Now what you need to do is copy this code from here and paste it in the contact page. So we don't have a contact page right now, so we'll just add one, and we'll type contact over here, and here we will type some message, and we'll paste the short code over here, and then we'll click on publish, and our contact form has been published. We will just view our page. So here we can see our contact form. So now let's go ahead and style our contact form. So here in our style.css file, we'll create a new comment. So we have different classes for contact form. If you go to, and if I right click over here and click on inspect, so here we can see we have different classes for our contact form. So we're going to apply styles to these different classes. So first of all, we'll type WPCF 7 input and WPCF 7 text area, and we'll type box sizing to border box, width of 100%, margin of 0, padding of 0 and 16 pixels, height of 42 pixels, and then for the text area we will give it a height of 100 pixels. Now we'll go to our website and see whether we have the desired changes. So here we have our contact form, and we have this button over here. Now we have a problem over here that the sidebar is not being displayed. So let's go to our page.php file, and if you go down here, we need to change this to dynamic sidebar, and here we'll give the name of our sidebar. So now here we can see our sidebar. Now the thing with Contact Form 7 is that it sometimes doesn't work with a local setup, so you may have to install it on your web server. And if it doesn't work on your web server as well, then you can install a plugin called EasyWP SMTP. Just search for EasyWP SMTP and click on install now, and then click on activate. Now just go to the settings, and here you can fill in these details. You can visit this documentation for more details. Here they have provided all the details for filling this form right here. After filling all this info, you can go over here to test email and check whether it is working. So now I will show you a demo from my website. So this is my website gtcoding.net, and this is the plugin EasyWP SMTP. I have set up everything according to the documentation, and for the to, I have set an email test@gtcoding.net, and for the subject we will have gtcoding contact message text, and here we will type some message. So now we'll click on send test email. If we open the mail and if we click on inbox, here we can see we have the email, and if I click on that, and we can see that the email is actually being sent. We'll just send one more email, and we'll click on send test email. We'll go to our mail, and in our inbox here we can see we have the new email, hello123. In this video we are going to create the 404 page for our WordPress website. So first of all, let me show you what is 404. So we'll click on visit site over here, and here we have our website. If you click on blog, we have this URL gtcoding.local/blog. Now if we go ahead and type something random over here, we can see that it says page not found. So this is what is called a 404. Now let's go ahead and create our own custom 404 page. So let's go to our code editor, and let's create a new file called 404.php. One thing I noticed over here is that we have a file called singular.php, and we don't need it anymore because we had created it for demonstrating the WordPress hierarchy. So we'll just go ahead and delete that file. Alright, so now we'll go ahead and code our 404 page. So first of all, we will get the header, and then we'll create a division with a class name of container 404, and then we'll have a heading with the class name of page heading, and here we will type something. So now here we're going to add an image, and for the source we can give a URL of unsplash.com. It has a service where you can plug in a URL over here, and it will display random images about different search terms. So here we're going to type http source.unsplash.com/ and then here we have to type the dimensions, and then the search term, we will type cats over here. Now we'll have an S3, and here we will type something, and then we'll have a UL and some LIs, and we'll give links of some of our pages. And for the link over here, we will type echo site URL and /blog over here, and we'll just duplicate this line of code. We'll type projects list, about me, and home page. We'll change these links. So now the last thing we need to do is add the footer. Now let's go ahead and see how the 404 page looks. So here we have the 404 page, and we have a random image of a cat, and we have the links over here. Now let's go ahead and style the 404 page. So we'll go to style.css, and down here we will create a new comment, and here we will type container 404, and we'll type display flex direction column, align items to the center and a padding of 24 pixels, and then we will type container 404 img, and we will give it a width of 480 pixels. So here we can see our 404 page. We'll just correct this spelling error over here. So we'll go to 404, and this is the final video of our custom WordPress theme development series. We have completed our custom theme, and here are the topics that we had covered. If you haven't watched them, I will leave the link in the description below. I have explained how to create this complete WordPress theme from scratch, including the design of this website. So please do watch the complete playlist. Now let's wrap things up to finalize the theme for production. So we'll go to our Visual Studio Code, and in our functions.php file we can optimize our site a little bit. So if you look over here, we have this micro time instead of the version number. We have written micro time over here just for development purposes, so that both of these files will be loaded every time we refresh our page. But now we don't want it because we have completed our theme. So let's just replace this with a version number, and we can completely remove these three parameters. Now we will just go to local, and we'll right click over here, and we'll click on show folder. Now just go into the folder GT coding, and then go to app, public, WP content, themes, and the name of our theme. Now select everything and create a zip file, and just rename the zip file. So now we have this file called gtcoding.zip. Now you can use this zip file to install this theme on any WordPress website that you have. I will also add the link of the source code of the theme on my website gtcoding.net. Now if you want to gain more knowledge in WordPress theme development, you can go to this website called codex.wordpress.org. Here you can find everything you need to know about WordPress theme development. This is the official documentation for WordPress theme development. If you have any doubts in WordPress theme development, you can also ask in the comments below, and I will also make the source code of the theme available on my website. And I recommend you to make changes to the theme and customize it to your needs. I will also create a video explaining how to install our theme on a completely new WordPress website. So that's basically it for this video. Thanks a lot for watching. Have a nice day.